Sally? Yep. Janelle? Okay. Good morning. Call to order the June 4th, today's the 4th, right? 2026 meeting of the State Election Board. We are coming out of recess. Dr. Johnson has a prayer that she'd like to grace us with this morning. Dr. Johnson?
Let us pray. In the words of John Wesley, I am no longer my own, but yours. Put me to what you will. Place me with whom you will. Put me to doing, put me to suffering. Let me be put to work for you or set aside for you. Praised for you or criticized for you. Let me be full. Let me be empty. Let me have all things. Let me have nothing. I freely and fully surrender all things to your glory and service. And now, O wonderful and holy God, Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer, you are mine, and I am yours. So be it. And the covenant which I have made on earth, let it be ratified in heaven. Amen. And Lord, let us do the work you have led us to do today with fairness, courage, wisdom, and discernment in all things. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Thank you for coming back today. We have a much shorter agenda, hopefully, today to get through. And that is a Coke, not a beer. We're going to dispense with the cases first this morning. We'll do the Attorney General's report, then we'll do the cases that we have, and then we'll get back into the business of the day. The agenda will pledge. We did the pledge yesterday. We decided to do the pledge on the first day, and so it's coming out of a recess. You don't have to continue it, so that's the kind of thing. So we'll dispense with the cases first, and we'll go back to the other items on the agenda, the business, and do it. And so the first item is with the Attorney General's report. Attorney Young, if you'd please come to the podium and introduce yourself for our court reporter, and then we will, we have 4 cases, I believe.
Good morning. Is this working?
It's not.
I think it is. Tap it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
it's on.
All right.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. I'm Elizabeth Young from the Attorney General's office. First case that we have on our agenda is SEB 2021-079, Gwinnett County. This is a case from the 2020 general election in which a gentleman named Tyler Alvin Morris showed up at the poll. He was told he was not going to be able to vote because he had already voted. What had happened was there was a gentleman named Tyler R. Morris. He came to vote during advanced voting, and the poll worker, in checking him in, mistakenly clicked on Tyler A. Morris instead of Tyler R. Morris. So Tyler A. Morris was given credit for voting. This was back in the ENET days, and now that with the new system, it would be much harder for this. It's an easy mistake that a poll worker could make, but it will be, currently much more difficult for something like this to happen, because if you're familiar with the way it works, they now, show you on the screen, like, is this you? Is this your address? Back under ENET, it was not quite as robust of a process. And so an inadvertent but serious mistake like this could very easily happen. Gwinnett County's been very cooperative and has agreed to pay a $600 fine, along with a cease and desist and reprimand, and we would recommend that the board accept that resolution.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, any questions from the board? Okay. Chair will entertain a motion on case SEB 2021-079, a consent order presented by the Attorney General.
Make a motion, we accept the consent order.
We have a motion to accept the consent order. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make note that with the rule that we adopted yesterday of numbered list of voters, perhaps this will also be another way to catch an inadvertent similar name as the voter list is kept and written contemporaneously while the voter is in the polling place as they write the voter's name as in the registration. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second to accept the consent order as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Accepted by a 4-0 vote. Second item, SCB 2022-208.
Okay, this case comes from Cook County, it's quite an old case from the 2018 general primary, although it was just referred to us in February of 2025. There was a woman named Gail Kimber, who's the respondent, who did vote twice in the elections, both in Cook County and Tift County. She was kind of going back and forth between counties. She had a residence in one county and was caring for her father in another county. And so there was some ambiguity there, but, she has acknowledged that she did vote twice during an election. This is something that we typically would seek a fairly significant penalty for, even in a case where there's maybe sympathetic facts about the intent of the voter. We take double voting very seriously. However, attorneys on my team have had lengthy conversations with Ms. Kimber. She is disabled and on very low income, and this board does have the authority to take into account circumstances like ability to pay in levying penalties. After discussions with her about what she could do, we came up with a plan for a payment of $200 with payments over time, which, we feel like that's going to be a stretch for her as it is. We think that that's a much better resolution than taking it to OSA, getting a higher penalty, and then having an issue not being able to maybe to collect on that judgment. So given the circumstances, given our conversations with Ms. Kimber, we do feel like she's being upfront with us about her ability to pay issues. We would recommend that the board accept this resolution.
Any questions for AG's office?
Yeah. Did Ms. Kimber understand that it was wrong to vote twice?
I believe, yes, I think so. She's been very cooperative, and, she had some things to say about why it happened, but I don't think that she is making excuses for herself or avoiding responsibility. The conversation's really been focused on, her ability to pay a more significant penalty. I think she's been cooperative and, acknowledges the severity of what she's been doing.
Can we be reassured that she will not do that again?
I feel pretty confident that she's learned her lesson.
What was her explanation?
So she was, I'm trying to figure out. She had been staying with and caring for her father in Tift County, but she had resided in Cook County. And she had an absentee ballot request for Cook. I think she had requested her ballot thinking, well, I'm going to be over here in Tift County taking care of my dad. And so she had requested the absentee ballot. And then she went in person to vote in Tift County. I am not sure whether she, could credibly claim that there was a forgetfulness issue there. I don't want to make that excuse for her. But I do think that she, had some possible confusion over what the right location was. But she does acknowledge that, yes, she voted the absentee ballot, and then, yes, she went and voted in person, and that she should not have done that.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this case.
I make a motion, we accept the consent order that includes the fine.
We have a motion to accept the consent order as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of accepting consent order on case SCB 2022-208 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, accepted 4-0. Next item on the agenda is the final order on SCB 2022-041.
Right, this is a case from Murray County. The election supervisor filed a complaint after a voter reported to the county that she had received a pre-filled absentee ballot application from an organization called Push Black, despite not having requested one. And this is one of these things that it used to be pretty common practice for organizations to send these pre-filled absentee ballots, and then SB 202, clarified that organizations are not to do that, and if they do send any absentee ballot applications, they have to have identifying language on there in terms of where that absentee ballot application is coming from. This did not include the required statutory language. This was referred to us in September of 2025, and then at the February meeting, this board had a very similar case involving America's PAC, in which, we feel like the facts are sufficiently similar that a like penalty should be applied in each case. The board decided that a reprimand was an appropriate penalty in that matter, so we felt it would be appropriate to recommend the same resolution here.
Any questions for the Attorney General?
So I have a question. It's got Push Black and Civitech. Are they one and the same organization?
That's a good question, and so Civitech is the organization that manages the pushblack.org digital platform. And our final order has the reprimand being issued as to both Push Black and Civitech. So both of those organizations would be reprimanded if those organizations repeat that behavior in the future. Doing that after a reprimand would definitely warrant a much stronger sanction, if this action were to repeat itself.
So I just personally, we just, there's a consent order finding this woman, $200, and it says, economics are an issue and that kind of thing. And then you have these organizations that are spending tons and tons of money sending out pre-filled applications and things like that. Just for me personally, I don't really understand why we're not assessing a fine associated with that. I think there should be something stronger, because I've gotten tons of calls from people that sometimes the information is, behind schedule, or it may even not even have a correct voting date, and then people are calling me asking me, well, are we having an election now, or what's the deal? Personally, I feel like this is something that deserves a fine. That's just me.
Well, our recommendation is based on what we saw from the board at the February meeting. Certainly, the America's PAC case could have justified a penalty. This case
I agree with both
could
of those.
justify a penalty, but when we do try to monitor things for consistency and to take that guidance from the board. So when we, saw the board vote for a reprimand in that case, we did not see a basis for distinguishing this case and penalizing this organization more harshly than that other organization.
I think they both should be penalized. That's my view, is when these organizations actually send out something that people interpret to be an official absentee ballot application, and it's got personal information on there, I think, they're going an extra mile to try and get people to, I mean, I want to encourage voting, but I don't think that this is the way to do it from these partisan organizations, and I think they both deserve a fine. But that's just my opinion.
I agree with Member Grubbs because I understand where you're coming from. However, the board decision was to send this case to the AG's office. If we wanted to give them a letter of reprimand, then that's what we would have done at that time. So this particular case was sent to you because we felt like it should have been escalated to that point. So I do agree that if we are going to have a citizen on a payment plan for $200, which is a stretch for her, it does feel a little disingenuous to see an organization that is sending out pre-filled absentee ballots, which are absentee ballot applications, which could create confusion, particularly if it's someone who wasn't planning on voting absentee, thinking that maybe they can. So it's a little bit of a disruption, in my opinion. I do think that they should be fined. So I happen to agree with Sally with that one.
Well, one thing I'll caution the board about, we certainly have the option to take this to OSA. And I've had administrative law judges ask me what have boards and commissions done in similar cases, because when the ALJ chooses a penalty, that's, usually the thing that I'm asked about, what other cases that are like this one, what penalties has boards and commissions awarded. So, we would, at our duty of candor to the court, we would have to let them know that in February, this board had voted for a reprimand. I think it would be a very hard sell to an ALJ not to follow that precedent, because they do view these things as precedential. But of course, we will respect the will of the board, and if it is the will of the board that we seek a penalty in this case, we will do our best.
Over the last 4 years, there have been hundreds of third-party organizations that have had complaints and allegations that were brought to this board. We've had sort of cases that included 200 complaints rolled into one that we heard of all sorts of third-party organizations that were essentially in violation of what is the current statute now. This seems to be a sort of a leftover from what happened in 2020 when there weren't the prohibitions as far as pre-filled absentee ballot applications, and so voters received 2, 4, 6, 8, many applications that looked very official. And and voters thought perhaps they were coming from the government, and they were not. And so we dealt with the fallout and the repercussions of that. I would recommend that that the third-party organization rule by the SEB be reviewed and revamped, and if need be, legislation passed to monitor third-party organizations and their activities and require that they be registered in the state of Georgia and reviewed in the state of Georgia, and reports made every year in the state of Georgia. And if they violate absentee ballot application processes, then their ability be revoked if they are not playing by the rules.
Well, as to these cases, in my view, and I realize that there's precedent of what's happened before, I am confused because you said that we voted on these cases, and I don't remember the Push Black case. I do remember the America PAC case, and you're right, they are similar. But in my view, unless they feel some sort of sting, they're not really motivated to change their ways. And if we did vote for a letter of reprimand, then why did we end up sending it to the AG's office?
We did. We did.
We voted for a letter of reprimand on the other case.
Oh, on the other case. Okay.
Right, the timeline was, this case was already in our office when y'all voted on the reprimand as to America's PAC. So we were actually looking at this as a penalty case and preparing this case in that regard. And then when we, saw that the board had done the reprimand and the America's PAC case, and we're not aware of any basis to distinguish these two cases, so we thought it would be appropriate for the same penalty to be applied here.
And the violation was simply they didn't put the required statutory language on it.
Correct.
I mean, that was the violation, is just they didn't put statutory
And I
language.
think the
pre-fill.
pre-filling may have been inappropriate as well.
May I also just point out that this was for a primary election in 2022, and the Americas PAC was for the presidential election in 2024. So the law had been in place for significantly longer, and we still only applied a letter of reprimand. Similarly, and just recently, there was a case for the pro-life group where, again, we issued a letter of reprimand for similar, I do not recall whether or not there was pre-filling in that application as well. I would caution, I'm certain could not possibly be the intent of this board, but I would definitely caution against an appearance of partisanship, given the fact
Absolutely.
that this case that we are recommending a fine, from the name, could possibly be construed to be left, and America's PAC is Elon Musk's organization. I'm certain that the board would not wish to appear partisan in this case.
I certainly don't want to appear partisan. I mean, elections are nonpartisan, in my view. And these violations are definitely nonpartisan. I mean, what happens with one needs to happen with the other. On the America PAC, it's on here for a final order.
Well, that one's already been resolved. It won't go to the AG, so
It's done.
it's completed.
Right.
We can't.
No, there,
The
So
America's PAC one.
the next case on the agenda also involves America's
yeah.
PAC, which I haven't addressed that one yet. I think that what that one may be is a subset of the case that this board has already resolved. It's difficult for me to know for sure because I don't have the investigative file on the case that the board already resolved. We only get the investigative files on the matters that are referred to us. But it looks to us from the information that we have that the case that we have on today's agenda with America's PAC is a single voter that complained about the same activity that
Yes,
this
they did
board
the
has
same
already
thing.
resolved. And so that brings up issues of possible, it's called res judicata, which is the case has already been resolved. You can't come back and try it again. So I don't know for sure that res judicata truly applies here because I don't have the files
Right.
to be able to put next to each other to be sure, but it sure looks that way. So our recommendation for number 4 is a little bit different than for number 3 because we're looking at this as, those two cases probably should have been consolidated into a single case because they seem to be the same conduct and just coming from two different directions. One complaint was filed by a voter who got it, and then I don't remember who the complainant was in 2024-151, but it seems to be the same kind of batch of applications that went out into the world that generated two different complaints.
Part of the problem we have here in Georgia is that other states do allow pre-filled absentee ballot applications. So if it's a national organization, they may think that every state allows this, and they're not doing their homework to check and see if it's different in Georgia. But if we required a third-party organization, any third-party organization, to register that they intend to send out absentee ballot applications, then we could either inform them or inform them to read the Georgia election law and make sure they're not violating any of our particular laws. And I think these cases, both they apologized and said they did not realize that was the case in Georgia, and I think that affected the decision the board made. But, right, I don't want us to have any appearance of partisanship, but it's a problem with third-party organizations because we've had third-party organizations register children, dead people, people who don't live in Georgia, felons, So there, it's something to monitor and something to be aware of, but these cases are, I think, just as you've presented.
It does present a problem for us, though, with the America's PAC case, because we issued a letter of reprimand on exactly the same allegation in February, and if we did different this time, it would create a problem for us.
Exactly the same?
It's the same, it's the same election. It's the
I thought
same-
this was coming from the AG's office. Like,
It
they're
is.
offering a reprimand.
I know, but it was
We
I'm saying it was the same election when America's PAC sent out these things. It was just two different voters that,
But we also sent America PAC to the AG's office.
right,
On one but not the other.
but on one but not the other. So it's creating a real inconsistency.
I just don't remember to say that it's exactly the same, but, I mean, that's why I can't.
You said it was the
I don't
same
remember.
allegations, though, right?
They did
Correct.
pre-filled?
Yes.
Okay,
Same allegation. We sent one to the AG and one we did a letter of reprimand.
okay.
And so,
So, I mean, we painted ourselves in the corner, so to speak.
yeah.
And so we don't want to treat, different groups,
Right.
different, same circumstances differently. I would just say in the future, when we have this situation come up, that it will be my recommendation to assess a fine when it's sent over to the AG's office, because, they're not going to stop doing it unless they fill it in the pocketbook. And I just, I do feel bad assessing fines to someone who can't afford it.
And we would have approached these cases that way, but for the board's
Understood.
decision to reprimand America's PAC in February. Like, we were in the process of kind of starting to work these cases up, and then we see that, and then we look at our cases and we're like, well, there's not a basis for distinction here. We should bring this back to the board and allow them to
You know the will of the board going forward.
understood.
Any more questions? Chair would entertain a motion on SCB 2022-041.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we accept the Attorney General's recommendation for a final order and cease and desist and reprimand.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recommend or to accept the final order on SCB 2022-041. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I could, I just want to clarify something, because this discussion, Beth brings this to mind, that just because a board has made a wrong decision in the past does not bind it to make another wrong decision in the future. Just because it made a wrong decision in the past. Boards change. This makeup of this board will change in the future. It has changed in the past. To look back 10 years ago, what this board was doing and what this board might be doing 10 years forward could be entirely different. So I would really encourage the board, you have the right to look at each decision individually. While you do not want to appear partisan, while you do not want to appear unfair in any manner, to paint yourself in a corner, to use Member Grubb's terms, I mean, no, none of us are perfect. Some days we make good decisions, some days we make bad decisions. But to bind yourself because you made a bad decision in the past, to make another bad decision in the future, I just need to say that and try to balance the discussion here.
Well, it's not our prerogative to decide whether or not the board has made a bad decision. And we do not look at the decisions of the board through a lens of it being a bad decision. I will say that this board's decisions can be precedential. And that is a challenge that we would have if we were to have inconsistent and differing penalties being applied by the board. Administrative law judges look to those things as precedent. That does not mean, you're correct, that you are always, locked into a particular penalty or a particular fine. You certainly can look at things in a case-by-case basis, and the board does have the prerogative to change its mind as it evolves and as members change, certainly. But when that happens, we do ask that the board recognizes that there may be challenges associated with that in terms of getting those penalties applied and enforced.
I think going forward, it'd be perfectly acceptable for this board to issue penalties on these kind of cases, but this one bothers me because it's the America PAC again, when we just ruled on that same substantially similar thing
Right, and
in
I think
February.
if I mean, if we're ready to move to 2024-159, if you had two different elections, if they had done it and then done it again in a subsequent election, I think that would be totally different. But what the problem with this one is it appears to be part and parcel of the earlier case that's already been resolved. And res judicata would prevent the board from, going back after it's already issued a penalty and a penalty in the form of a reprimand, from repenalizing the same organization for the same conduct. In a perfect world, I think these cases probably would have been consolidated together and adjudicated together, and that's just not practical reality. When you have complaints coming from two different directions about the same conduct, it's very easy to see why they didn't get put together.
These organizations should be on notice now anyway, so there's no excuse going forward. Yep. SCB 2024-159?
Do we need her to read it?
That's,
We don't need to hear it. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion on SCB 2024-159.
Yeah, I make a motion that we accept the consent order.
We have a motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I mean, the
Final
final
order,
order,
yeah, final
sorry.
Yeah, 2024-159. I'm reading it right, aren't I? We have a motion and a second to accept the final order on SCB 2024-159. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman,
Attorney Young. Yes.
well, since we have Attorney General lawyer here, Beth Young, with us, we had a subject yesterday that came up, and you were going to
She
inquire.
already.
Responded.
Already responded, and I sent it out yesterday.
I know, and thank you
Okay, yes.
for doing that. And I just wanted, since we have her here, I know in her response in the email, it was questioning about, and since we have Rick Richards here,
This is about whether or not the SEB's
posting on-
website can,
right.
I'll try to answer your question, but I will say this is not a topic that I'm particularly familiar with, and I probably would need to research it further, and, before giving any definitive advice, I'd want to, because GTA, I know, has some rules and regulations about linking to websites, but that's not, as an elections lawyer, something I deal with on a day-to-day basis. So I'd want to make sure that I don't give any improper advice, but I did find some guidelines that the board could look at, if the board wants to start thinking about that.
and I noticed in the email, I think you said if the board desired for you to do further research on it, which I appreciate that, and that's the point I'm getting to.
I've already talked to her about it this morning.
Okay.
Because I read the link that she said, and I believe there's a part of it that will allow this to happen, but I want to point that out to her and ask her to research that particular point. So I believe that I'm not an attorney. I think it's going to be allowed. I want her to look into the section I think will allow it.
I
So
will follow up with
Will
a
you
more
look into
detailed.
that?
Yes.
I'm very
certainly.
interested in a pilot project with Dr. Richards to go to use Ellie in 5 to 10 counties and come up with his findings, his results, to see if it's workable, beneficial, that is helpful for the county. So we would very much be interested. And we want to
Sure, and
but we
it-
want to make sure that it's
Well, and I would just ask that we make sure that we're clear on what the questions being presented to us are, because, I don't know if we're talking about just a simple link on a website or something more detailed, and so I'd like to get some specifics about what I should be researching in that regard,
okay.
so.
To clarify, yesterday was just a link, That's
Right.
all. Just,
And a pilot project might
That's something
implicate other types of
That-
things that I have to think about. So, but I can certainly flesh out the link
Right.
issue.
But at this point in time, there's no prohibition for any county registrar to access Dr. Richards' Ellie. Is that correct? I mean, it's public information. It's just like accessing the internet to find out an address of a building or something.
I'm not aware of anything. I'd probably want to look further just to make sure that I'm not missing something. But, you know, as I stand here today, I'm not aware of, my understanding is counties can look at a variety of information from a variety of sources. They would want to make sure that those sources are accurate. But,
Yeah, the only difference that I can see, I mean, it's all drawn from public data
There-
sources. It's free to everybody. You can access it, but you have to be credentialed to be able to get into it. And so, but that
Right,
doesn't
and-
cost anything. It's just, but you have to do that on other websites too sometimes.
and,
You have to sign up and,
So
It is elected.
I would
Right.
say I'd want to have a little time to look at this in a little
Yep.
more detail, make sure that I understand the product first, you know, so that I can make sure that I could spot any issues that could be associated with it.
yeah, I'd just ask you to
So-
go back and watch the discussion that happened yesterday so that you can, I think we
Sure.
answered most, or talked about most of those issues, so.
And I was able to view most of that, but I did have some interruptions during the day.
thank you.
Spellbinding, isn't it?
Huh?
Spellbinding, isn't it?
Always is. This
Thank
word.
you.
Thank you very,
Thank you,
very
Beth.
much for all you do for us.
Thank you.
We're going to go into the violation cases now. The first item on the agenda is SCB 2022-107 Henry County districting issues.
Chairman, the Henry County cases, they've been asked to move to the
The what?
road. They have requested to be moved to
Oh,
the
oh.
violation cases.
Okay. We'll do that. Then the first case we will hear is SCB 2025-105 Lamar County illegal campaigning by candidates. It's tab number 43. Okay, well, come to the podium, please. Oh, do the third one.
Because you want me to, which one would you like me to read?
You'll be next. We're going to do the Lamar case since I've already called it.
Okay, all right.
2025-105.
All right, the Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation in the course of conducting the polling place inspection for November 2025 special election, where it was observed that a candidate sign was placed within 150 feet of an active polling place, a potential violation of Official Code of Georgia, OCGA 21-2-414, restrictions on campaign activities.
The complainant is investigator Wendy Stevens. The respondent is Tim Turner. Is Mr. Turner here?
He has a statement of the digital binding.
Pardon me?
A statement in the
Okay.
digital.
There is a statement. I'll read the statement in his absence. I'll try to get some additional information. This was my first time running for any type of office. I decided to run for tax commissioner for Lamar County. I qualified and then began ordering my signs. I live across a narrow street from Barnesville, Lamar County Library, which is used for a voter spot. I had a small sign on the side of my yard. When I qualified, I wasn't told anything about the legal laws or ordinance on displaying a political sign, so I had no clue that I could not put a sign on my yard. In the report you sent, the person said, I said I was using my First Amendment right to put my sign there. I don't remember saying that at all. I said that I didn't know I could not put a sign in my yard that would conflict with anything. During the election, no one from the library came over and said that the sign was any kind of violation. If they had, I would have gladly removed it. I had never campaigned before and had no idea. I don't even remember seeing a sign at the library saying that you could not put a sign up. It was an honest mistake. I had no idea that I was doing anything that should not be done. Thanks again for reaching out and let me know if there's anything else I need to do. Best regards.
Yeah, it just sounds like it's another candidate that didn't fully understand, and it's his private property. That's kind of tricky.
It is, but the code does not distinguish the
Right,
private
so it's
property. In
wrong.
fact, yeah, I had that very question asked, discussed that with a investigator, so.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, I'm ready to make a motion.
If there's any more questions, the chair will entertain a motion on this case.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Mr. Turner. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0. The next item is SCB 2025-028, Henry County, City of Hampton Publishing Qualifying Fee. It's number 42.
On May the 28th, 2025, the Secretary of State's Investigation Division opened an investigation after receiving an email from Nicholas McKinnon, Election Support and Research Specialist, advising that he spoke to Alex Cohelas, City Manager of the City of Hampton, who self-reported that the City of Hampton did not publish their qualifying fees as required in OCGA 21-2-131. Fixing and publishing of qualification fees, manner of payment, distribution of fees paid.
The complainant's Alex Cohelas, City Manager of City of Hampton, and the respondent's Henry County Board of Elections and Voter Registration, and Carmen Blount, Interim City Clerk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the State Board of Elections. Ms. Blunt is here today, and just to provide some context on the matter.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry, my name
Yep.
is Alicia Thompson, and I represent the City of Hampton.
Okay.
Ms. Blunt is here today, and just as it's stated, in 2025, of course, the city was required to publish the qualification fees for the election on February 1. They were not published until June the 4th of 2025. And just to provide some context around the matter, Ms. Blunt was put in the position rather at the last minute. The city clerk at the time had to go on leave, and so there was oversight in those duties of making sure that the publishing went out on February 1. So Ms. Blunt was serving in an interim capacity, filling in for the city clerk because there was an emergency that she had to go on leave for. And during that time frame, it was overlooked that the fees would be published by February 1st. When it was acknowledged and understood that they needed to be published, they were published by June the 4th, of course, ahead of the date for qualification for candidates. And so, again, the publishing fees were published in time for the candidates to have noticed them and paid, but just not by the February 1st deadline.
Is Ms. Blunt still the city clerk? No?
No, at the moment, I believe she supports the city manager. She's not the city clerk, but she still works for the city of Hampton.
Okay.
So what role, I'm sorry,
Sure.
what role does the Henry County Board of Elections play?
Henry County Board of Elections, they're the entity, or they're the election superintendent for the city of Hampton, but each municipality is still required to publish fees for candidates that are going to be for offices that are going to be filled within that municipality.
Okay, and Lee Phillips was the director of the Board of Elections?
Yes, and
For
I
Henry
believe that is a
County?
county official that worked with the city of Hampton.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just
Result.
I want to clarify, this was a self-report by the
Yes,
city.
by the city, yes.
Did you receive any complaints from any candidates in relation to the
No,
link?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Self-report, no complaints. Complained on yourself.
Which that's the right thing to do.
And what's your name?
I'm Carmen Blunt.
Okay.
Have you disciplined yourself already?
I didn't actually file a complaint. At the time that this was brought up, I had already been moved over to the municipal court. So it was brought to my attention after the fact.
Okay. It's been corrected, obviously, yeah. Any questions? The chair will entertain a motion.
I would move that we issue a letter of reprimand.
Why a letter of reprimand instead of instruction?
I'm fine with that. I will amend my motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
It seems like a very unfortunate mistake that of nobody's real fault. So, unfortunate circumstances. Letter, we have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You understand what a letter of instruction is?
I do not, I'm
It's-
not in that
it-
position.
All right, well, it's simply a letter sent out that said that you violated a code. Please don't do that again.
Okay,
All right?
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels back. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
The other two Hampton, the other two Henry are coming later, right? Okay, all right. Next on the agenda is SEB 2023-084. Houston County, City of Warner Robins, illegal campaigning.
It was reported to the Secretary of State that on the election night of November 7th, 2023, Charlie Bibb, candidate for Warner Robins City Council, entered the Mossy Creek Middle School polling precinct prior to the polls closing.
The complainant is Kristen Kiefer. The respondent is Charlie Bibb. Is Mr. Bibb here? Charlie Bibb is not here. Is Kristen Kiefer here, complainant? No? The, based on the information contained in the report, it appears a violation has been identified. OCGA 21-2-414D, restrictions on campaign activities, is the code section. So it was substantiated. Charlie Bibb, candidate for Warner Robins City Council, did enter the Mossy Creek Middle School polling precinct before the polls had closed.
10 minutes,
10 minutes, yes, at 6:50 PM.
10-minute violation.
Yes. Any questions from the board?
I did get a statement from Charlie Bibb this morning. If I could put it to the member for y'all.
Do you-
Charlie Bibb.
Yeah.
Sent a statement this morning.
Do you have it?
Could she read it to us?
Yeah, read it.
Yeah.
Can you read it to us?
I'll bring her mic.
First of all, I'd like to apologize that I couldn't be there in person for the hearing. I'm on a family vacation that I've been planning for quite some time. I would like to tell the panel, I did go to the Mossy Creek polling place to collect all of my signs that were at this location. After packing up all my signs, I noticed it was very close to the poll closing. I decided to wait and get the polling numbers from the polling location. I waited in the parking lot beyond the 150 feet polling sign. When it came time for the poll to close, I walked up to the school. There were no voters outside or inside. They had started taking down the polling equipment. So I walked past where the voting machines were and walked all the way to the end of the hallway, away from the voting booths. I sat in a chair next to the police officer that was on duty. I stayed in that location until they were finished taking down the equipment and run the numbers. I retrieved the numbers and left the polling location. I have stated that I may have walked in a couple of minutes early into the polling location, but I never communicated with any voter at that polling location because there were none. It was also stated in the complaint that I had a campaign T-shirt on that was totally false and debunked by the polling location volunteers. I deeply regret the miscalculation of time on my part that I made that night. My intentions were not nefarious in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I deeply apologize for my mistake. One more note, nobody has come forward saying that I was trying to get people to vote for me at the polling location because there were no voters there. It was very late and the polls were closing. The situation was all over the news in my community, and I've already suffered a lot of embarrassment for a stupid mistake. But again, nobody came forward saying that I was trying to get people to vote for me inside the polling location. Councilman Charlie Bibb.
Any questions for the board?
I think Sherry should read all of the.
I'm hurt by that.
I know.
I just-
Sorry, James.
I
I
absolutely
hate that they
hurt.
put this on the news. Jeez.
Small town,
Golly.
slow news night.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be issued. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2025-024, Burke County, City of Keysville, Vidette, failure to hold election in 2023.
The Secretary of State's office received the following complaint regarding the November 7th, 2023 municipal general/special election in the city of Keysville, Burke County, Georgia. It was reported that the city of Keysville and the city of Vidette failed to conduct the required municipal election on November 7th, 2023.
The Keysville situation was handled with SEB 2023-054.
Yes.
So this is really
But-
consideration of Vidette.
City of Vidette, I was interested to know a little bit about the city of Vidette. They have a population of 103, and they're 1 square mile in size. And it seems like they never have anybody who wants to run for anything, so they just kind of rotate who gets to be mayor. And they don't even have enough people on the city council because nobody will volunteer to be on the city council. So it's a very,
Opportunity.
very small community out there. Yeah.
I
If you
think
wanna
I
be-
need to
If you want to be
move
the
here.
mayor of Vidette, move to Vidette.
Okay.
I
Mean, did they not conduct the election because no one was running?
don't even know if they have the resources to,
Okay.
I mean,
No
it's
one's here.
such a very small community. Back in the 1920s, they had a population of over 500. And so it's a decreasing city.
I bet they use hand-marked paper ballots.
For all 4 ballots, probably.
They probably use raised hands.
There's no financial records indicating where city money was spent. There's no documentation showing when officials took office or when the last election had been held. They are attempting to reestablish a functioning council, but their efforts have been hindered by a lack of willing participants.
Definitely moving.
Do they have an address for us to send the letter to?
Yeah,
Who filed the complaint? Let's see. Oh, the Secretary of State's office. Okay.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Sarah.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask?
I'm not done reading yet. The 3 different mayors serving between 2022 and 2025 and explain the previous two resigned. All the mayors were appointed by council, and all the council members volunteered for their positions. No elections were held for any of the seats, and no members were sworn in through a formal process. They currently do not have enough members to constitute a functioning council.
Okay. I don't know how they can run it.
Videt does not have the necessary equipment or a certified individual to administer an election. He advised that their goal is to hold their first properly conducted election in 2027. I have great sympathy for these people. Yes,
I know.
your question?
If I could ask council, if no candidate qualifies for office, there is no obligation to actually run an election, is that?
But, right, I was quickly trying to look at that, and I couldn't find it. I was hoping that you would have a little bit better recall on that. Okay. But failure to, I know that there are some very technical things to replace candidates, but when, nobody qualifies, I don't know that there is even a legal obligation to hold an election. Right. Yeah, that's why I asked you, because I'm in the same thing. Thank you.
The chair will entertain a motion at this time.
Yeah, I make a motion that we dismiss this case. It's clear that this county, that this city is not prepared, and if no one was running, then, no one will harm.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This case is dismissed. Somebody
Now,
please
I do think
identify
I'm gonna-
the city of Videt.
I know, I think I'm going to visit the city. I want to see.
It'd be a quick visit.
Well, they should have a restaurant or something.
I don't think they have anything. I couldn't even find any pictures online. Yeah.
Julie.
I went down a rabbit
I
hole one
wanna
night
see.
trying
I think
to,
I'm going to drive out there just to see.
you can eat in Augusta because it's not too far from there. So next item on the agenda is SEB 2025-104, Irwin County, City of Wasilla, buying votes. They are attending by Zoom.
Did we skip Stewart County?
We skip Stewart.
No. Irwin.
Yeah,
We
there's
don't
a
have
Stewart.
Stewart County originally. I don't have Irwin, I have Stewart.
Yeah, there's Irwin. I have Stewart before Irwin.
I have Irwin or Sumter and Stewart.
I know, I have Stewart.
Yeah, Irwin. We're doing this one. SEB 2025-104, Irwin County, City of Wasilla, buying votes. It's tab number 46.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint or allegation concerning the November 4th, 2025 municipal general election in the city of Wasilla, Irwin County, Georgia. Irwin County Election Supervisor Ethan Compton reported that Courtney Austin, a candidate for Wasilla City Council, had offered food to encourage residents to vote in the 11/4/2025 municipal general election. An additional complaint was made by Stephen Hudson in which he made the same allegation. Both complainants were combined for the investigation.
The complainant is Ethan Compton, Irwin County, and Stephen Hudson, and the respondent is Courtney Austin.
Ms. Austin is on Zoom right now, but her name's not popping up. So I think she's on an iPhone, but there's 2 iPhone users, so I'm going to try to see which one she is.
All right?
Good morning.
Ms.
Good
Austin, are
morning.
you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Austin, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you turn her up so we can hear? Ms. Austin?
Yes.
Okay. We can hear you fine now. You're on loudspeaker, so the audience can hear you also. Would you like to make a statement on this case?
Yes, I would like to make a statement.
Okay.
I already sent in like the post and stuff, but this was my first time running for election. I was not bribing people out of votes. Ethan himself even came over to me the day of election, the day that I was giving out food, and told me that the only thing was that I would have to feed everyone that came up for plates. I ended up feeding everybody that came, even people that did not vote. Prior to the election, like a couple months before, I was at a district that could not even vote for me. I was at College Hill Park and I gave away free meals just to the community, just giving back to the community. My goal was to get everybody to vote. It didn't matter if they voted for me or not. This was put in the Ocilla Star in the newspaper, which brought me embarrassment, which was not true. I spoke with Ethan. Ethan only problem was make sure you feed everybody, not just District 1. I fed so many people in the community, people that sat across the street, they came and ate and they did not even vote. I even offered my opponent food. I was not bribing no one to vote for me at all.
The Secretary of State found potential violations, the OCGA 21-2-570 on the any person who gives or receives, offers or gives to receive, or participates in giving or receiving of money or gifts for the purpose of registering as a voter, voting, or voting for a particular candidate. Any questions from the board?
Yep. Ms. Austin,
Yes,
when you
ma'am.
were passing out food, did you ask them to provide their voter sticker in exchange for a plate of food?
I did not. Someone requested that I do that just to show that they voted. And I did put that in the post. But once I spoke with Ethan and he made it clear that I had to feed everyone that asked for a plate anyways, I did not ask for no stickers. Not one person provided a voter sticker.
All right, and are you familiar with, well, I guess prior to this, were you familiar with the policies in regards to handing out food and drink?
I didn't know that that would be considered like buying votes or a bribe. I did not, because like I said, this is something that I do. Not even before I ran, I always try to find ways to give back to the community. Like I said, I was at College Hill Park, which is not even in my district, maybe like a month or two before the election, giving back food to the community, and not one person that was there could even vote for me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Any more questions? Chair will entertain a motion on this case.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction so that she has the code and she's fully aware of this responsibility.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Ms. Austin, you understand what a letter of instruction is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Well, thank you for participating. We appreciate you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-089 Sumter County poll worker issue. This is a continued case.
Yes, sir.
Is it Sumter County or Stewart?
Sumter County. I'm just going down the agenda. It's, it
It's
is,
different in the digital binder.
It's continued.
It's, so we're not hearing it today. Right. It's been
continued.
continued.
oh, it was,
It was
I'm
granted
sorry.
a continuance.
That's right. I'm sorry, that case was continued. Next item is SCB 2025-100, Stewart County, City of Richland, absentee ballot drop box.
On the election day, November 4th, 2025, at 10:44 a.m., Investigator Monroe was conducting election monitoring at the Richland Parks Memorial Public Library in Stewart County when he found a ballot drop box set up in the lobby of the library. The box was accessible to the public as they entered to vote and at the voting room, which was located directly next to the lobby. The investigator took photos of the ballot drop box, which clearly shows the drop slot was open, allowing absentee ballots to be deposited.
The respondent, Stewart County Board of Elections and Registrations, Alfreda Hudson, Election Supervisor. Ms. Hudson, are you here? The findings were, it was substantiated, the allegations were substantiated, the OCGA 21-2-382, additional buildings as additional registrar's office or place of registration for receiving absentee ballots and for advanced voting drop boxes. That's the violation number. And this was actually, Investigator Monroe was conducting election monitoring and found this. So it's substantiated. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just had one for future reference here. So an investigator from the SOS or the SCB can take pictures inside a voting precinct?
This was not inside the voting precinct.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
Yeah, this was not inside the voting precinct.
When there's a polling location that is set up inside a public building, there's an enclosed space, and the area outside the enclosed space is not considered inside the precinct and therefore within the prohibitions. So if the drop box was outside the enclosed location, it wouldn't be covered by those prohibitions.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on SCB 2025-100. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to know if this practice has been changed and if they are actually providing proper surveillance or oversight of the drop box at this time.
I'm open to,
Can we confirm, so Stewart County is not here and they have not provided any sort of statement?
No.
My preference would be to send this to the Attorney General's office.
I don't mind amending my motion.
We have a motion to, amended motion to send this to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
An amended motion sent to the AG's office. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Just one thing to clarify, they did receive proper notice, right? Okay. And nothing, did you get any word back from them?
Next on the agenda is SCB 2024-038, Wilkinson County ballot selections not on the printed ballot.
The Georgia Secretary of State's office received a complaint from Robert Kitchen alleging that his printed ballot only had a QR code and not his candidate selections.
The complainant's Richard Kitchen. The respondent is Kelly Chapman, election supervisor for Irwinton, and the Wilkinson County Board of Elections and Registration. Is Wilkinson County here, or Kelly Chapman?
Hello? Hi. Can you hear me?
The investigator found potential violations based on information contained in reported appears that violations have been identified. During the interview with Deputy Registrar and Election Equipment Technician, identified the scanner issue as a configuration error on an election event designer with the Lord's Precinct, must be a special one,
It's not
was
letting me speak.
improperly linked with the Ivy Precinct. She stated the problem was resolved by creating new memory card, after which ballots scanned successfully. This would have likely been discovered if proper procedures were followed during LNA testing. So it's a violation of SEB Rule 183-1-12-.08, subsection 3, subsection D, logic and accuracy testing.
No one's here.
No one's here.
Oh, they're on Zoom.
I think there's someone on
that's
Zoom,
right.
but
I'm actually here.
before we hear that, I want to make sure that it's clear to everybody who's listening that the initial allegation about a ballot that did not print the voters' choices was found to be unsubstantiated because the investigators reviewed the ballots. Because this is not the first time we've heard allegations where voters believe that the print did not, or that their ballots weren't properly printed. And then the investigators go back, they look at the ballots and discover that it was a faulty memory and not a faulty printer.
Is Kelly Chapman online?
Alexis Mahone is online.
Yes, I'm here.
Who is online?
Kelly Chapman.
Ms. Mahone?
Chapman.
Ms. Mahone? Ms. Mahone, can you hear us?
I'm Miss Chapman.
Hi, I can hear you, but I think I'm for the next case.
Ms. Mahone?
Yes, hi, this is Alexis Mahone.
Yes.
But
Are you
this
here
is
to
for,
respond to this case?
no, that's Miss Chapman. I can hear her. Are you guys able to hear her?
No.
Try to see this in the chat, Ms. Chapman.
Ms. Chapman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
No. Would you like to make a statement on this?
Yes, I would. So the initial allegation was found to be unfounded because what happened is the voter actually had a QR code. He just didn't understand what he was looking at. And as far as the encoding of the cards, that was my second election. I had only been here not even 6 months. So I actually had a technician as well as a registrar who were working. And when the issue was discovered, we immediately fixed it and got everything taken care of. Everyone was allowed to vote. I am now more hands-on. I'm actually training to do all of my stuff myself. And I've not had this issue since. And I'm also in the process of creating standard operating procedures for my office so that these type of things will not happen again in the future.
Does the board have any questions for Ms. Chapman?
One question. What you said that he didn't understand what he was looking at. So you said his ballot was perfectly fine, but he just was misreading it. Is that what happened?
With the guy, what he did was, like the ballot, he only saw the QR code. He didn't see the wording. But when the investigator came, we pulled every single ballot. He took a photograph of every single ballot, and every single ballot had the wording on it. This particular voter actually put his ballot into the scanner and cast his ballot and then said, I didn't see my results, I want to vote again. And we advised him, because he had cast his ballot, that we could not pull his ballot back and let him revote because he cast it before he said anything.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Chapman? Chair will entertain a motion on SCB 2024-038.
I move that we issue a letter of instruction with regard to logic and accuracy testing.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction in regard to LNA testing. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just really quick, was logic and accuracy testing done at all?
Yes, ma'am, it was. What we discovered is that when I went back and looked at everything and all of the paperwork, because I had not even been here 6 months. I knew what had happened when I went through it, and I realized they had just gotten some things mixed up as far as the cards go. And so we got the issue corrected. We followed all the paperwork. I now document everything. We actually used the LNA accuracy checklist because at that time that was not being used. I did implement that. That is a requirement now, is that the logic and accuracy testing checklist is always used. And I actually now myself I'm really hands-on with everything, and I double and triple check everything to make sure that everything is done correctly. And the only reason I'm not there today is because I am conducting LNA testing.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
We have motion and second to issue a letter of instruction on the LNA testing. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Ms. Chapman?
She's out. Oh, he muted her.
All right, she's gone?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it says in here that the investigator obtained a court order to review election records. I would like to further review this case, even though we've, issued a decision on it, and would like to understand exactly what that court order says. If we can get a copy of that order, that would be great from the investigator.
If you will send me an email, I'll see if I can get that. Okay? The next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-038, Fulton County Disability Issue at Polling Place.
We have Alexis Mahone and Nadine Williams on Zoom.
You don't want us to sing happy birthday to you, right? No?
Is that what you're gonna-
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that
I
on?
missed it.
2025-038, Fulton County,
That's tab number
50.
This investigation was opened after the Georgia Secretary of State's office received a complaint referral from complainant Maria Santikova, stating that she encountered a disability access issue where the audio-tactile interference, the ATI, was not working correctly during July 15, 2025 special primary runoff public service commissioner/special election.
The complainant is Maria Satnikova. The respondents are Nadine Williams of Fulton County Board of Elections and Alexis Mahone.
All right.
Just one second.
Okay,
Okay. Please proceed.
Yes, Karen Pashuta for Fulton County. So I think a lot of this appears to be, there was a family dynamic going on at one point. So the ATI system was working. The mom, father, and daughter, who was the one that needed assistance or to use the ATI, all came in together. When they checked into the poll pad, the father signed the voter assistance portion. And I don't have printed copies, but I do have a copy of the voter certificate and the father signing for voter assistance. But then when they went to vote, the daughter indicated she wanted to use the ATI, but the card at that point was programmed for voter assistance. It has to be programmed separately for ATI. So in order to use the ATI, the poll worker would have needed the card back to cancel that out on the poll pad. Nadine Williams is on the line. She can explain the actual the process, but the card would have to be reprogrammed to use the ATI. But she declined to have it reprogrammed, but she did not want her father to help her. So she asked the poll worker if she could help her select the screens. But that's because the father had signed the voter certificate, the poll worker needed to be more assertive and make clear that the father then had to assist her, or to return the card and either reprogram it for the ATI or reprogram it with the poll worker signing as the voter assistant. And Ms. Williams should be on the line. She can speak to that as well, so. And the voter did vote, but it was the poll worker that assisted her, but because the card wasn't returned and reprogrammed, it still has the father listed as the voter assistant. And the card, it's not that the ATI machine was down, it just hadn't been programmed for that, so.
And the voter asked the assistant manager to help her.
Yes.
Because she didn't want the father to help her.
Yes, that is my understanding. She didn't want her father to help her. She either wanted to use the ATI. Either way, with the ATI or the poll manager assisting her, the card would have had to be reprogrammed to do that. But the poll worker assisted her, but the father's the one still listed on the voter certificate as the assister.
Sounds like Fulton County got caught up in some family dynamics.
There might have been some family dynamics. We would ask either that this case be dismissed or a letter of instruction. And I think a lot of this it's not necessarily that. I think the training and everything is fine. I think there just needed to be probably a little bit more assertiveness with the poll worker, and even though there was some family dynamic going on.
Is Ms. Mahone online?
Ms. Mahone is online, and Nadine Williams is ready to speak.
Ms. Mahone, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you just like to confirm exactly what happened there?
Yes, I would like to agree with what she stated is what happened. I was called up to assist the voter and she was having difficulty using the equipment. By the time I came involved, the card had already been created by the poll worker on the poll pad. And I asked her when I came up, because I did see that it wasn't connected, as she already stated, it wasn't connected. The ATI machine was working, it just wasn't connected to the card. I asked her if we could go back to the poll pad station, and like as she stated, there was some type of family dynamic. I don't know what was happening, but she didn't want to go back. She didn't want to return. She didn't want the assistance from her dad, and she was like, "Will you just please help me? Will you please help me?" It seems to be a lot in that moment. And so I did proceed with assisting her with voting, and she was able to cast her ballot. So that is essentially what took place.
Any more questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion,
I'm sorry?
So the audio tactile interface is what was not working correctly. Was that addressed?
So, sorry. It was working if the card had been programmed for it. So, and I think Nadine's on the line. She can explain that technical part better than I can, but the card has to be programmed to use the ATI. And since it hadn't been, it wouldn't connect with the card.
Yeah, it was programmed for assistance.
Can I confirm that request has to be made at check-in of the
Yeah,
poll
so
work
at
with-
check-in, it was checked in as voter assistance required, and the father signed that part of the form on the poll pad.
I'm sorry, this is Nadine Williams.
And there, as far as we know, there was no request made at check-in to use the assistance equipment.
Not that I'm aware of, not the information that I got from the poll workers that they recall.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction
Did Nadine want to say anything?
We-
Nadine?
the-
Oh,
I am on the call.
I know,
Can you
but the
hear
board-
me?
If the
sorry.
board doesn't have any questions, the board.
Well, I have a question, and it's unrelated to this matter, but since Ms. Williams is on the line, I'd like to see if she would remain on the line for another matter.
Another matter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that getting added to the agenda? I don't know that we have notice for
Yeah.
another matter. Okay.
Well, there was an emergency complaint that has come in overnight, and that I would like to add that to the
I
agenda.
do not know anything about it.
You didn't get a copy of it?
No,
Okay.
no.
Let's resolve this one. We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on this. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Ms. Williams, we appreciate you attending. We just had no questions for you, so thank you.
Thank you, if you can hear me. Thank you.
Were you going to address
Thank you.
with Ms. Williams about the emergency?
I don't even know what this is about.
It was email. I'm pretty sure you got a copy of it.
If it came in last night, I didn't see it.
And
so.
it was also, no, the chair
No, he
was
did
not
not.
on the recipient. Neither you nor I received it,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't really
I
think
just
it'd be.
forwarded it to you. I mean, I'm not saying that we need to hear the complaint per se, but I think we need to address investigating the complaint.
Well, let's not do that here.
That's fine.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Henry County, are they ready? Okay. We have two more cases to hear with Henry County. We got to get them online. Chair will entertain a motion for a short break.
So
This lady's.
I'm sorry.
I know.
All right. You're from Henry?
We're waiting the county. Well, she's not the county. Are you representing the county or are you representing yourself?
Okay, we need to get, we need county up. We'll be back with, the chair will entertain a motion for a short break.
So moved.
Now, without dissent, we will break for approximately 5 to 7 minutes, maybe about 10:40. Thank you. Sean, is that thing stable? Because I see people kind of, the mic, I see people kind of playing.
It won't tighten up.
Okay, all right. Is that one of George's? Nope. I was going to say, we tell them to get some better equipment.
We appreciate your service.
Yes. Yeah, yep. Let me, 6, 9. Let me think here. We are going to, why do I have another agenda? That's just going to confuse me. I don't know. What's next? Okay. So that's not right. This meeting will come back into session. Mr. Executive Director, do you have a comment you'd like to make?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to this facility, Lanier Tech, on behalf of the entire board and our employees in the agency for making this available to us. You may not be aware, but the Capitol has been under renovation for quite some time and will be until probably January. So that is why we have had to move around from location to location. And our regular meeting place in the Capitol, of course, is not available during these times. And so I want to especially thank Mr. Tim McDonald, president of Lanier College, who made this facility available to us, who has worked with us in accommodating and for the charge of zero. So thank you very much, President McDonald.
A polite clapping is appropriate for that. We're going to call it a Dr. Johnson clap, which is kind of like when you go to the opera, you know, it's just it's not a wild, it's a kind of a Dr. Johnson clap. So
I'm impressed you go to the opera.
that's huh?
I'm impressed you go to the opera.
Well, I didn't say I went.
He's just heard of it.
I've heard of it. That's all right. I've seen it on TV. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-107 Henry County districting issues. Mr. Executive Director.
Which number is that?
40.
On June 6, 2022, the Georgia Secretary of State's office assigned a complaint alleging election errors that occurred in the May 24, 2022 Board of Education District 4 general primary election race. It is alleged during the redistricting process, 140 voters from District 3 were moved to District 4, but were mistakenly given District 3 ballots. The complaint included the following supporting documents. Letter dated June 7, 2022 from Amika Pitts. Contest petition filed in Henry County Superior Court on June 13, 2022. Henry County Elections and Voter Registration Notice dated May 27, 2022. Email dated June 11, 2022. Address to Secretary of State's office and others. On August 19, 2022, Dr. Deborah Sykes filed a subsequent complaint with a copy of the May 24, 2022 general primary election certification.
The complainant is Dr. Deborah Sykes. The respondent is Henry County Elections and Registration Office, and Amika Pitts Banks, former director. The complaint was substantiated by the investigation team. Is Henry County available? And also Amika Pitts?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My name is Rachel Mack, and I'm the county attorney for Henry County, Georgia, and I represent the Henry County Board of Elections and Voter Registration.
Is Ms. Pitts Banks available?
I have no idea. Miss Pitts Bank,
No.
she no longer works with the county, so she left around 2024.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
She left in 2024, she no longer works for the county.
Are you representing Ms. Pitts also?
No, just the Board of Elections and Voter
All right.
Registry.
Great. Please proceed then.
Based off of the, we've reviewed the initial file from the investigations, and unfortunately, I'm relatively new to Henry County, and we have all new leadership, so no one was familiar with this incident that occurred. So all we can do is go with what the findings were for the investigator. However, I will say that Henry County is committed to following all of the laws, the rules and regulations, and the guidance provided for all of these, for the elections, and as well as, there are now structured operating procedures in place and checklists that prevent what happened in this case from happening again. That's our commitment in Henry County.
So you read the allegations that there were 140 voters that were redistricted incorrectly. Do you deny that? Do you accept that?
I would, since I don't have any personal firsthand knowledge, and none of my members have any knowledge of it, I really can't confirm or deny what was found, but if we're going to rely on the report of the investigator, that's all I can do. Is I can't confirm or deny it.
The investigation revealed that electors who had been moved to District 4 were incorrectly issued District 3 ballots. The error was discovered on May 11th, 13 days before the May 24th general primary election day. Dr. Sykes ultimately lost the race by 93 votes. The court petition contesting the election was filed by Superior Court. The court issued its decision on September 29th, dismissing petition on the grounds the election contest must be filed within 5 days of certification. In this case, it was filed 13 days after certification. So it apparently did occur.
So based on what we're reading, the outcome of the election could have been impacted by this error. Oh. Ms. Mack,
Yes.
did you reach out to Amika Pitts to try to get any understanding of this, on this case?
We do not have any contact information from Ms. Pitts.
So you weren't able to speak to anyone that was around during the time that this happened?
That's correct.
Is everyone gone? Like they've moved on and they don't have contact information?
As far as I could find, we don't have any of the contact information for anyone that was here during the 2022 cycle. All of the people that are currently working for the elections board and staff came in in 2025.
Yeah, Ms. Pitts explained there are 140 voters adversely affected and were given District 3 ballots after being redistricted to District 4. She acknowledged it happened and provided no further context beside the situation being an honest mistake and was without intent or malice.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I recall correctly, Ms. Pitts was removed from her position during the early voting period in 2024 by the superintendent and replaced. At the appropriate time, I would make a motion to refer this to the Attorney General's office.
Well,
If at the appropriate time.
just want to see if there's anything else in here. Yeah, the voters adversely impacted were unable to vote in the District 4 Board of Education race also, so. Any further questions?
I would make one comment, which is that if we are having an ongoing list of recommendations to the legislature, I understand the policy of wanting finality as quickly as possible. A 5-day window for challenging the outcome of an election, I believe, is prohibitively short especially for candidates in smaller races. I would request that the legislature consider extending that to 10 days, simply to allow for candidates to acquire appropriate counsel in time. Because this is the clearest possible grounds for overturning an election.
If you'd like to write up a resolution and have this board consider it to send to the legislature, they'd be more than happy to do so.
Well, as it happens, I emailed you my list of recommendations to the legislature, and we can just add it to the list.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I just want to point out one very important thing here, and that is that this investigation, according to the report, was assigned on June the 6th, 2022. We're hearing it today. I've been begging for cases for the last 5 months from the Secretary of State's office, and the date of this report says it was November the 3rd, 2025. So while I've been begging for these cases, this has been sitting somewhere. And it's not just this one case, but the reason I'm highlighting this one case is this infuriates me that a person, I don't care what race, what party you're from, they ran a race, they could have won, and because somebody didn't follow through quickly and do their job, we're talking about this in 2026, and it happened in 2022. And I hope every one of us are a little upset about that.
Well, I would like to also add that I don't know what the packet looks like that the Secretary of State provides to candidates, but are there any people that have run for office here? Anybody in the room? Because what I would be curious to find out is, are candidates notified of their rights in the event that there are election issues? Are they told how many days that they have to contest an election? Are they told the process to go through? So that brings up that issue. I think that we need to ask that the Secretary of State put that in for distribution to the counties, that candidates understand. I mean, Ms. Dover, do you know if candidates are given their rights as far as being a candidate by anybody? Do you know if it includes their rights as far as their election, and like the right to have poll watchers, or the right to, the notification deadline, or what to do in case they question their election?
I'm not sure what is on the Secretary of State's website, I just know what we have now.
But there's no pamphlets that you're aware of that the Secretary?
I can say from my experience with what we give our candidates, we give information about the campaign, things like that, and they still don't read it. So we sort of scaled all that back because it was a lot of work, and that we do, and they weren't reading it. We still had campaign sign violations left and right, and so the information I feel like is there if somebody will just read it.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be a good idea to have candidates sign an acknowledgement that I received this, and this, and I'm aware of this, and this, and make them, unfortunately, people just tend not to read things like that. I get that. But I agree with Member Gazal that 5 days to be able to review election results is just, I don't know where they came up with 5 days, but you can't hardly do anything in 5 days when it comes to reviewing, especially when you have instances where counties don't turn over information, or you have to do it by ORR, and then there's a 3-day lag time, and that's if you get it on time. Knowing Ms. Dover and what a great election director she is, I'm sure she's on top of that, but you do have some offices where they clearly don't turn that information over, and the only way they have to get it is through an ORR. So I would like to see us, because of, situations like this, put that on the legislative list, and then also ask that the Secretary of State take steps to notify candidates of what their rights are, because candidates do have rights.
They do have rights, Member Grubbs, and you make an excellent point, but I want us to see the clear picture of what happened here. This person could or could not have won the race. She filed a complaint in Superior Court. The judge then made the proper legal ruling. She didn't do it within 5 days. She was 8 days late. Then she made her complaint with us, and it went to the Secretary of State's investigation, and it sat, and it sat, and it sat. And somebody read this, that the Superior Court had thrown this out, and she was 8 days late. Well, advocate for the citizen. And that's all I'm doing right here today, is I'm just saying, this is inexcusable, and I realize everything can't be done in a timely fashion. I realize they're humans. There's going to be human error involved. But this business of these late cases is just over the top.
Well, it's our job to investigate cases, and when we don't know what cases are in existence, we need to be able to prioritize things. There are some cases that clearly have more, I don't want to say more importance, because I take every complaint seriously, but there are some that are more time sensitive than others, and if we don't have a list of those and know what the possible violations are, or we don't know what the status is, like the one that came up yesterday, it was a 2021 complaint, and the phone calls weren't even made until 2025. We have to be able to prioritize these cases.
And as soon as we got them, the SEB got them, as soon as we got them, they're on the agenda. And that's why you're seeing it quickly now. But it took us this long to get them, and that's my point. And we're right back at it again, Mr. Chairman. We're begging for cases again. When I came on a year ago, we were being berated. This board was being beat up in the press. It was being a false narrative presented that there was a backlog of cases with the SEB. Not true. The backlog was in the SOS.
Chair will entertain a motion on this case.
I would move we refer this to the Attorney General's office.
A second.
Let me do my job.
Oh, sorry.
We have a motion to refer SEB 2022-107 to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0. Final case on the agenda is SEB 2022-363, Henry County, deceased voter registered in Georgia and Florida. It's tab number 41.
On December 16, 2022, the Georgia Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after it received 2 separate complaints related to a potential deceased voter and a voter being registered in more than one state, potential violations of Official Code of Georgia Annotated 21-5-562. Subsection 1, fraudulent entries, and 21-2-217, parentheses 2, parentheses 13, rules for determining residents respectively. You complainant 1 and a complainant 2.
Yeah, the respondents. Yeah, complainant 1, yes, sir. The complainant is Lou Ann Fessmeyer, who's supervisor, Henry County Elections and Voter Registration. Respondents for complaint number 1, there's an unknown respondent for complaint number 1. And the respondent for complaint number 2 is Phoebe Robinson. Is Ms. Robinson available? All right, just a moment, Ms. Robinson. Let's deal with complaint number 1 first. The complaint 1 was substantiated. Unfortunately, there was no, they couldn't identify the violator.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to confirm that I read this correctly, that the county did properly identify the ballot as being from a voter who had deceased, and then the ballot was not counted.
Correct.
Isn't that correct? Okay. I wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Right, they could not identify who signed it, though.
Right.
And it didn't match any of the signatures of close relatives. So, to do it?
I can make a motion on complaint 1.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion on complaint number 1.
I make a motion that we issue complaint number 1 to the Attorney General's office for further investigation. Because we need to find out who did this, right?
The problem is they don't investigate. I get it. They don't investigate, so.
Where do we go with being handwriting expert? I mean, do we just let it go?
It appears there may be a relative. The report suggests a possible relative.
I mean,
We can investigate.
I don't know if there's sufficient evidence.
I don't think there is.
I don't either.
So they, yeah, we can continue that one. You want to make a motion?
I'll amend my motion, and my new motion is that we continue complaint 1 and allow our investigators to look into this.
We have a motion to continue complaint number 1. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion?
What further are you what further actions are you recommending?
I think we should at least reach out to the person.
To see if they can identify, not all the family members were able to be contacted.
Okay.
So as to possibly, they were unable to make contact with Ms. Steele by phone, the wife of the son, I guess the daughter-in-law. So,
I mean, if no one responds, then we can just.
yeah. It's just some little further investigation, see if they're able to identify somebody. So,
I'm not clear on how much time elapsed from when the person died and this election, or maybe I'm just not seeing it.
The decedent passed on October 24th, and the ballot was received December 5th.
So it was close. I mean, relatively close. I would tend to agree with you, but my mail at work sometimes takes 2 months.
You think it took 2 months for the ballot to come in?
I mean, it is possible
So do you
that
agree
she
we
did
should
it.
investigate it or no?
I mean, my thought is that, for one thing, we don't have a handwriting expert.
I think the investigation was to call the additional family members that weren't contacted.
I mean, I'm fine with continuing it, I just don't know what it's going to yield.
So what would you recommend, dismissing it?
Oh, no.
So then what?
I'm not a dismissal person.
So what would you recommend?
I mean, I'm fine with continuing it and doing further investigation. I just kind of don't know that it's going to go anywhere. The only thing that raises a red flag to me is that she discontinued the conversation and hung up the phone. So that's concerning, but
I mean, if we send it to the AG's office, you're not going to do anything but.
There's no.
no, I'm fine with having our investigators look at it.
Similar handwriting.
Right. If that helps.
If we send this to the SOS investigators, you might see it before you rotate off the board, or you might not. If our investigators look into this, I mean, I'm sure they would get on it, but I also say to you that we've got, a limited number of two, and they, I definitely want them doing the important things, not the what I would call jaywalking cases.
Well, voting for dead voter is pretty significant.
It is.
I'm sorry, dead voter doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I mean,
Decedent, yes.
Election fraud.
It
Of
seems obvious
voter.
that somebody
This is
signed it.
voter.
I mean, she
This is-
died on
this
October
is voter
24th.
fraud,
It didn't
yeah.
get mailed to December 2nd.
Yeah.
Somebody else signed it. The question is who signed it, and they weren't able to identify who signed it. They weren't able to talk to all the family members, so our investigators would just try and make contact with the family members that they weren't able to contact and see if that's, so. We have a motion to continue. We have a second to continue. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We'll continue complaint 1. Now, complaint 2 is Ms. Robinson, Phoebe Robinson. Ms. Robinson, would you come up here and identify yourself, please, for the court reporter? And then any statement that you would like to make, please. Please speak into the mic so everybody can hear you there, sir.
Good morning. I'm Phoebe Robinson, here for the chair and the board to explain this letter I received. The hearing referenced me of voting in dual places in Georgia and Florida. I moved up here, I guess in 19, but I didn't give up my Florida residence. I commute to Florida and Georgia. I have a home in Georgia and I have a home in Florida. And there was an election that was really important in my neighborhood in Hampton, and I did wanted to vote, and I went to the elections to find out if I could vote, and they told me I could. I just had to bring my tax bill, my identification, and I would be able to vote at the municipal place where I live, and that's what I did.
Florida or Georgia?
In Georgia.
Georgia, okay.
So at that time, I showed them my Florida license. I let them know that I'm keeping my Florida license, a Florida residency, but I'm here in Georgia as well. And it's a dual residency. I go to Florida and partially, and I live in Georgia part-time. Also, in reviewing this here, I noticed they made comments that I was voting in Florida and Georgia as well as odd and even years, which doesn't make sense whatsoever. Once I started voting in Georgia, I can only vote in one place, Georgia or Florida, so I decided to vote in Georgia. All my voting has been in Georgia since the time I registered and actually voted. In fact, I pulled up my voter status in Broward County in Florida to even see what it showed, and it says there's no record found. They don't even show me as a voter in Florida. All my voting has been here in Georgia once I started voting, and I vote right there in Hampton, Georgia, unless it's early, and that's in Hampton, Georgia. Even the early voting is at the church there that I attend. I have no intentions, never have and never will, to defraud or try to vote in multiple places. And I think voting is very important, so I do want to vote. And that was my only intent, is to be able to legally cast my ballot.
When was the last time you remember voting in Florida?
I don't recall, maybe 2019, 2018.
Okay, so the first time you remember, well, the last time you remember voting in Florida was either in 2018 or 2019. And the first time you voted in Georgia was also 2019?
I think, according to this, it was 2020.
Oh, 2020. Okay.
I remember the,
You
which is probably
registered in
because I
Georgia in
bought my
2019.
house in Georgia there in 19.
Okay, okay. So,
And I been back and forth since then, and I've been voting and showing my Florida driver's license every time I vote. I've never been turned down, I've never been told I was in violation or anything, or I would have addressed it.
So this says that you voted in Georgia in the following years: 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, and 2017. It says you've been voting in Georgia since 2017.
Well, I had a house in Georgia here as well.
Would you agree you've been voting in Georgia since 2017?
I don't recall, I don't know the exact year, but once I started voting and got my voter's registration here, I have continued to vote and vote on a regular basis.
And it also
Yes,
says
sir.
that you voted in Florida in 2020, 2018, and 2016.
Now, I've only voted in one location. Because like I said, I think I had made a vote there, and then once I got my voter's registration here in Georgia, I no longer voted there. I only voted in Georgia.
But it says you voted in the 2020 presidential primary in Florida.
2020 was,
2020, it says you voted in the 2020 presidential primary in Florida in March of 2020, and in Georgia in the 2020 presidential primary that was postponed till May because of COVID. And it was actually postponed till June. It was postponed twice. So it says you voted in the primary in Florida in 2020, March 2020, and then voted in Georgia in the primary in June of 2020.
I don't recall that, and I know I wouldn't vote within 3 months' time for the same election. That doesn't even make sense. And I know that I can only vote, especially for presidential, one time, Either I'm going to vote in Georgia or I'm going to vote in Florida. And I've been voting, once, like I said, I've been voting in Georgia. It has been in Georgia.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I recall correctly, the 2020 primary in Georgia actually was combined. It was both the presidential preference primary and the general primary. With the multiple changes, it was extremely confusing, even for very high information voters. But that was, so there were two separate elections that were run, and they were actually treated as separate elections, I believe, because some people voted in the presidential preference primary in March before it got shut down, and then they were only eligible to vote in the general primary, but they were run, I think I'm remembering this correctly, they were run coterminously, but they were actually separate ballots, and I don't know how that was necessarily recorded in ENET, because it was ENET at the
I think the
time.
problem is that within 3 months, she voted in both Florida and Georgia, allegedly, in presidential primary, so it's,
I mean, it's entirely possible to change residency within 3 months if you move from one state to the other. According to this, they were both presidential preference primary votes. It's not entirely clear how that was reported, and I think actually I would like to clarify that. I would like to make sure that May, June Georgia vote was in fact for the presidential preference primary and not for the general primary.
yeah, like I said earlier, apparently she voted in Georgia from 2017 through 2024 every year. And she voted in Florida, I'm sorry, this is what the report says.
No problem, please.
And it alleges that you voted, so continually from 2017 to 2024 in Georgia, and then voted in Florida in 2016, 2018, and 2020, which, 2 of those years, or same years, she voted in Georgia, according to the report.
Right.
Ms. Robinson, what state are you a resident of?
My primary residence is Florida.
It's Florida.
But it's, right, and my other residence is Georgia. I figure just like the snowbirds that come in part of the year and part of the year they're gone.
Do you have a Georgia driver's license?
No, ma'am, you can only have one license.
Do you realize that you have a limited amount of time to keep a Florida driver's license if you're living in Georgia?
I go to Florida half of the year and half of the year I'm in Georgia,
Where's your homestead?
in Florida.
Ms. Robinson, you can only be a resident of one state. And if you're not a resident of one state, Georgia, you're not eligible to register to vote or to vote.
Well, I wasn't made aware of that, and like I said, if that be the case, you know, I'm gonna exercise my vote, and if it has to be in Florida, then I'll vote in Florida. But I was told I could vote in Georgia, and therefore that's what I was doing. And each time I went to vote, in fact, even this year, I showed my Florida driver's license and my residence where I live here in Georgia as well. No one has said it was a problem or that I could not vote, or I would not have voted, or I would have voted in Florida, but I'm going to vote. But I just need to know if I can't vote here, then let me know, and I won't vote here. That's not a problem. The problem is the fact that I do want to vote, and I want to vote legally.
Exactly, exactly. But you can only vote in the state that you're a legal resident of, which is Florida.
Well,
And we
that's-
want you to vote, but we want you to vote in Florida. If you move to Georgia and you change your residence to Georgia, you have every right to change that residence, change your driver's license, register to vote, and vote in Georgia. But you cannot go back and forth just at will and not be a legal resident of the state and properly registered.
Well, like I said, my residency, and when I went to register to vote, to be able to vote, I gave them the same information. I gave them the same credentials I have today. No one said I could. No one said I was in violation that I couldn't vote. I mean, if they issued me a voter's card with the information that was given.
So do you have a voter's card that you, when you
Yes,
go to
ma'am.
check in Georgia to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you show them your voter card, or do you show them your driver's
I showed them my
license?
driver's license. I had the voter's card. I think I misplaced it, but I do have an actual Georgia voter's card.
When you registered in Georgia, what address did you use?
Originally, I was at 314 Megan Drive, Hampton, Georgia.
You used your Georgia address.
Yes, sir.
And when you registered in Florida, what address did you use?
I used 5116 Southwest 22nd Street, Hollywood, West Park, Florida.
So you own both properties, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you claim homestead exemption for either one?
No, I don't.
Not for either
I just
one?
pay the taxes, but I don't have homestead.
You don't claim homestead on either one?
In Florida, I do, but not in Georgia.
In Florida. You're legally a resident of Florida. You are. For legal purposes, you're a resident of Florida, not Georgia. Because that's where you claim your homestead.
Right.
And that's where your driver's license is and everything else. So and do you spend at least 6 months of the year in Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, you're legally a resident of Florida, not Georgia. It doesn't matter, you go back and forth. Where you claim your homestead and where you spend most of your time, or at least 6 months of the year, that's where your legal residence is.
Are you employed still?
No, I'm retired.
You're retired?
Ms. Robinson, you read well, I'm sure. Do you realize when you sign the oath to vote, every time you go in to vote, this is what the oath says in Georgia. I do swear that I am a citizen of the United States in the state of Georgia. Georgia. That I am eligible to vote in this election, and that I'm not serving a sentence for a felony involving moral turpitude, that I have not been judicially declared mentally incompetent, and that the information I have provided is true.
Well, ma'am, that's correct. I am a citizen. I think my residency in Georgia was the fact that I own property and I live here in Georgia. I have a voter's card where I went and requested and was approved for it, got it, and over many, many years, no one has ever denied it or have told me I was in violation or that I could not vote here.
So when
And
you go
as far
vote, you
as saying
present
a
your Florida
resident-
driver's license, and no one's ever questioned
No,
it?
ma'am, no, ma'am.
Have you ever had a Georgia license?
No, sir. I went to Georgia when you can only have one license at one state.
I think county ought to be.
I do too. Who told you you could vote in Henry County?
The elections department in McDonough, Georgia, where you go and do the application to vote.
I do think that it is our personal responsibility to read what we're signing. I know that it's not something I think we're all guilty of signing something and not necessarily reading it and going through it, but that is our personal responsibility. So that does fall on you. But I do believe that this is the county's fault. How is this possible that you're able, I don't even know how that's possible, that the county is continuing to let you vote in Georgia with a Florida license?
Yes, so I think,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you had a good faith belief that you were a legal resident of Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree that under the law, that your residency is actually in Florida. I believe that you believed what you were signing. Reading it, you believed it 100%. Out-of-state driver's licenses are wholly acceptable because the photo ID requirement under Georgia law proves identity, not residency. That's the way our law is written. And as long as it is an out-of-state valid driver's license, it is wholly lawful. I've said before, I know people don't necessarily agree with me, residency law is complicated, it is confusing, there is not a crystal clear cut line. Based on the facts as laid out here, I do believe that you are a resident of Florida, not of Georgia. I do not believe that there was any intention. I believe that you were told that you had the legal right to vote here in Georgia. I believe that was an incorrect assessment on the part of the county. And I think the real violation here is an apparent double vote in the same election in two different states in 2020. And again, I'm not suggesting that you even were aware that happened necessarily. I'm not fully convinced by what we have here that you, whether it's absolutely clear that you voted twice in the presidential preference primary because of the confusion of what happened in Georgia in 2020. Moving forward, if you were going to maintain your homestead exemption in Florida, register to vote in Florida. Please deregister in Georgia, register to vote in Florida moving forward. We still have to address the violation at hand.
Hey, Ms. Robertson, it's clear to me anyway that there's a violation of the code here because you voted in Georgia when you're a resident of Florida, okay? I think that for me, though, I always want to understand the intent and the character of a person who's done something. Could you, for my sake, just give me a little bit about your background? Tell me about yourself.
Well, first and foremost, I'm a believer of God, and I feel like not only with man, that I have a higher standard to do the right thing and righteous unto God. And I'm not going to try and defraud anybody in any way, shape, or form. I was a police officer for 11 years. Then I was a firefighter, lieutenant paramedic for 17 years. I've been a servant for the state, for over 29 years. I've always tried to do the right thing. And it just really baffles me to even be here and feeling like I did something wrong or I'm doing something wrong.
Did you retire as a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, were you a firefighter in
I was
Georgia?
a
or
firefighter, lieutenant paramedic for
In what- in what
Miami-Dade
state?
Fire Department.
In what state?
Florida, Miami-Dade.
Okay.
I did all my service working in Florida. And then when I retired, we bought a home here, and we live in Florida and in Georgia.
And
I
you were a
kept
police
my home
officer in
Florida.
Miami-Dade too?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay.
Now, are you a permanent resident of Georgia now?
I live in my home. I'm 6 months here and I'm 6 months there. I go back and forth. Usually when it gets really cold here, I go to Florida.
It never gets really cold here.
It's cold for me. It's very cold.
I mean,
From
whether,
Miami, absolutely.
I know there's some that may disagree with this, but it just, like I said, I like common sense, and I understand how someone can think that they're a citizen of Georgia if they have property here, they're here 6 months out of the year, and if you go to the counties and you ask them to register and they tell you it's okay, I can understand how that can be confusing, not considering where you have homestead and, like you said, all the intricate details around residency. So I agree with Member Gazal that I don't think your intent was to defraud. I do think that you were misled by the counties. I think they should have asked additional questions prior to allowing you to register.
So the proper thing to do would be to vote absentee by mail from Florida if you're a Florida resident, to not because you happen to be in Georgia during an election, to choose to vote in Georgia where you're not a legal resident, is to reach out to your Florida home and get an absentee by mail ballot and certainly exercise your right to vote.
I will forthgoing, but like I said, because I'm not even registered to vote in Florida anymore. So, but I will.
Yeah, you have to change that.
Not a problem, I will. Now, like I say, when you know better, you do better. That's all I can do.
I have a motion. Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this case and add Henry County as a respondent.
Should we release?
And bring both parties back once the investigation's complete.
I just want to make a comment. I have a special place in my heart for first responders and police officers and the fire people and people that put their lives in line every day for us. I also recognize that you violated the law, violated the code, the statute by doing that. And, but somebody with a outstanding record deserves some grace from me every now and then, and I would be in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand this individual, but I'm also okay with bringing it back. I just wanted to state that for the record, so.
I'm okay with bringing it back. I will say that I agree with a letter of reprimand for the complainant, the respondent, considering what we're bringing it back so we can talk to the county about the registration process. We know that they were wrong in allowing her to register, but I don't know what more she will add to the conversation. You've already admitted that, you made these decisions. Now you know that they're wrong. So I'm not sure what would be the point of bringing her back as well.
We do have a motion on the table to,
I'll withdraw my motion.
would you like to restate your motion to bring back Henry County? So
Yeah.
we would add them as a respondent on this case, and we would have to make a new motion on complaint, am I on the wrong thing?
Two.
Number two, yeah.
Yeah, I make a motion that we continue this case and add Henry County as the respondent. Do we need to do it as two separate motions, or?
No, I think we can do it all in one.
Okay, and that we issue a letter of reprimand to Ms. Phoebe, I don't know if is that your first name?
Yes.
Sorry.
No problem.
Ms. Robinson.
To Ms. Robinson. I have an Aunt Phoebe, that's why I was, to Ms. Robinson.
So we have a motion to continue the case and add Henry County as a respondent for complaint number 1 and to issue a letter of reprimand on complaint number 2 to Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition? Oh, no? Oh. Vote carries 3-1. And Ms. Robinson, so you will be issued a letter of reprimand. The reason being, it's a serious violation because of the length of time and what occurred here with the Florida and Georgia thing. And a letter of reprimand is it's not a criminal conviction. It's not anything like that. It's just a letter of reprimand saying that you've done something serious that you'll be given in voting. And I understand the intent. I understand all that, but it's still occurred over quite a number of years and quite a number of times. And so that was the decision of the board on this one. Okay?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Member Grubbs.
I would like to just point out, the case number is 2022, and we're in 2026, and had this been brought to her attention sooner, then it probably would not have been as big an issue, and she would be able to vote with a clear conscience in Florida and not be voting in Georgia.
So true.
Yep. The point noted. Thank you.
Anytime you vote in a state when you're not a resident, you're canceling out a resident's vote. So that's what makes it really serious. So the letter of reprimand is in order.
Well, I'm also, and this is an internal thing, Ms. Robinson, this doesn't have anything to do with you, but the case number is 2022, which is when it was open. The date of the report was September 3rd, 2024, and I don't understand why this is 2026, and we're just hearing it because, and I'm sure, when were you first notified that this was a situation?
When they told me to come here for this hearing.
You didn't know anything about it till then?
Right. There was an investigator, something called me, and I almost didn't take the call, and I wasn't sure exactly my investigator, but he asked me about the election, and I told him, I wouldn't dare vote in 2 places, then that I was voting in Georgia and not in Florida. It was a phone call, and that was it. I didn't hear any more. They didn't write me or say anything. They didn't tell me this was forthcoming. They didn't tell me the results of the conversation. Not until this year, in May 11th, I received a letter to come here for a hearing.
May 11th of this year.
Of this year.
So my point is, as I say all the time, justice delayed is justice denied, and it's for the residents of the state of Georgia, as well as people like yourself, who is a person who worked hard, is honorable, done the right thing, is terrified at the fact that you maybe did something wrong. And the length of time for this case to have been open to get to today is ridiculous. And I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I would also like to share that in the report, the investigative report, the supervisor of Henry County knew of the situation with Ms. Robinson and even relayed to the investigator that Ms. Robinson would travel back and forth between 2 states and vote in whichever state she was in at the time. I find it quite alarming that a county supervisor is aware of this and does not take the immediate opportunity to educate Ms. Robinson to prevent Ms. Robinson from committing election violations.
Exactly. If they told me not to, I would not have.
Exactly.
The individual involved is Amika Pitts Banks.
It had to be.
Well, the person named is not Amika Pitts Banks, so.
Yeah, she was the executive director of Henry County at the time.
They don't have any notice of this because
they're
they were
not
not.
named.
They're not named.
They're not named
Yeah.
party.
All right, any further comments on this case? No, thank you. Thank you for your service as a police officer and a firefighter and an EMT.
Quite welcome, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all as well.
continuances on the same case.
We didn't continue hers, so.
No, I got that. 3-1 LOR.
That finishes our cases. We're going to go back and clean up some of the old business and new business that we were not able to hear yesterday. The first item that we will consider is a petition by Member King, or a resolution by Member King that she submitted to the board. Since the public has not had access to this, if you would read it out,
Yeah.
please.
Yes, so I submitted a resolution to the board for their consideration and for discussion. It starts with rationale. The integrity of our electoral process rests on fundamental pillars, including accountability and transparency. As we approach the upcoming elections, the legal and administrative status of our primary voting equipment, especially the utilization of QR codes for ballot tabulation, faces severe legal uncertainty. Without a guarantee extension permitting the continued use of the Liberty Vote Dominion systems that will be debated during the upcoming special session, the State Election Board must act decisively to prevent an administrative vacuum that would cause systemic confusion at the precinct level. This resolution is firmly grounded in the statutory duties and enforcement powers vested in this board by the state of Georgia. Pursuant to OCGA 21-231-1, it is the explicit duty of the state election board to obtain uniformity in the practices and proceedings of superintendents, registrars, deputy registrars, poll officers, and other officials, and to maintain the legality and purity in all primaries and elections. In accordance with OCGA 21-231-10, this board is empowered to take all necessary actions consistent with the law to ensure the fair, legal, and orderly conduct of primaries and elections across all jurisdictions. Under OCGA 21-233.1A, Section 1, the State Election Board is uniquely vested with the authority to issue a cease and desist orders and make provisions requiring any violator to stop committing acts that breach the state election code. The continued employment of these methods where the voter is unable to verify their selections on paper according to state code is fundamentally unlawful. Operating under an unauthorized voting method instantly places county election offices out of compliance, exposing local superintendents and the state to severe legal liability for violating the statutory protections guaranteed to voters. To allow counties to proceed without a clear alternative directive would be a failure of oversight. Because an unauthorized voting method constitutes an explicit violation of state law, this board is utilizing its statutory authority to proactively guide all 159 counties into full legal compliance through emergency paper ballot procedures. This resolution is necessitated by the following factors. Legal continuity. To ensure that all 159 counties are operating under a uniform, legally codified standard should current system legality issues remain unresolved. Voter confidence. By transitioning to human-readable, hand-marked paper ballots in the absence of machine extensions, we provide a voting method that is verifiable by the elector and the auditor alike. Operational readiness. Election superintendents require ample lead time to secure supplies, train poll workers, and inform the public. Waiting for a last-minute legislative action or judicial ruling without a pre-authorized contingency plan will jeopardize the stability of the election. system vulnerabilities and documented issues. Independent technical analysis and experts have confirmed severe vulnerabilities within the Dominion Now Liberty Vote software. The U.S. Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, officially validated these technical findings, issuing an active advisory warning that the system's vulnerabilities present distinct security risk regarding urgent migration. Documented software abnormalities and barcode mismatches, aka coding errors, have previously resulted in severe miscounts and altered initial election night results, requiring emergency manual recounts to establish the correct outcome. The core software infrastructure and underlying operating configurations have not received a comprehensive statewide security update or patch to remediate these known vulnerabilities since their initial deployment. This resolution is not merely a contingency. It is a commitment to the voters of this state that we are ensuring that the election process remains uninterrupted, that every vote is cast securely, and that the transition to emergency procedures is seamless, standardized, and beyond reproach. Subject: guidance and authorization of emergency paper ballot procedures for the November 2026 general election. And this should be for ongoing elections as well, for all elections, so that would be corrected. Whereas the State Board of Elections is charged with the duty to promulgate rules and regulations to ensure the uniform, efficient, and secure administration of elections across 159 counties, and whereas the current voting system manufactured by Dominion, now referred to as Liberty Vote, utilizes QR codes for the purposes of recording and tabulating voter selections, and whereas the legal extension permitting the use of QR coded ballots as the primary method of tabulation is subject to expiration on July 1st, 2026. And whereas in the event that a further extension is not granted by the appropriate judicial and legislative bodies, the use of such machines of the November 2026 general election or ongoing elections would be prohibited under current state statutes. And whereas it is the responsibility of this board to provide clear written guidance to county election superintendents to prevent disenfranchisement and ensure the continuity of the democratic process. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the State Board of Elections that 1, authorization of emergency procedures in the event that the extension of the Liberty Dominion QR code tabulation system is not granted during the upcoming special session, is called for June 17, 2026, or is otherwise vacated prior to the commencement of the upcoming elections. All 159 county offices are hereby authorized and directed to implement emergency paper ballot procedures. Legal authority. This resolution is issued pursuant to the following authorities. OCGA 21-2-334 provides that if the use of voting machines and equipment is not possible or practical, the election may be conducted by paper ballots. OCGA 21-2-281, governing the use of paper ballots with the use of voting equipment is impossible. The State Election Board Rule 183-1-2-.11, Emergency Procedures, outlines the specific conditions under which the county may transition to hand-marked paper ballots to ensure the election proceeds without interruption. Administrative emergency procedures. Should these procedures be triggered, county election superintendent shall adhere to the following administrative protocol. The transition of hand-marked paper ballots in accordance with OCGA 21-2-281 and 21-2-334, which authorize the use of paper ballots when the use of the voting system is impossible and impractical. The following marking protocol shall apply. Standardized ballots. All voters shall be provided with a official paper ballot as defined in OCGA 21-2-2, remarking instruments. Per OCGA 21-2-438A, ballots must be marked using a pen or pencil to ensure compatibility with optical scanners and archival clarity. This board directs the use of blue or black ink pens, correction of errors. Voters should make an error, voters who make an error shall be instructed to return the spoiled ballot to the poll official to be voided and receive a replacement as provided by OCGA 21-2-433. Tabulation method, vote adherent. Should the Liberty Vote Dominion scanning software be unable to function without QR code reliance, the following tabulation hierarchy is mandated. Optical scanning, human readable. Scanners shall be utilized only if they are configured to read visible human readable marks, filled, e.g. filled in bubbles, rather than QR codes, in alignment with the requirements of SB 189 that went into effect in 2024, and OCGA 21-2-379.23. Manual hand count in compliant. If complaint, If compliant scanning is unavailable, county shall conduct a manual count as the precinct and the county tabulation centers on election night for advance in-person voted ballots pursuant to OCGA 21-2-437. Voter intent standard. In all counting scenarios, the voter intent standard established is OCGA 21-2-438, Section C, shall be the primary metric. Any ballot that clearly and without question indicates the candidate for whom the elector desires to vote shall be counted regardless of the regality of the mark. Secure chain of custody. To maintain the security of the vote as required by OCGA 21-2-440 and SEB Rule 183-1-12-.13, immediate deposit. Immediately after marking, the voter will place the paper ballot in the scanner or put into a provisional ballot bag or whatever is used as the acceptable means of submitting the ballot. For oversight, a minimum of 2 poll officers must remain with the ballot box at all times during the hours of voting and during the transport of the ballots to the central counting center. Sealing and documentation. Upon the close of polls, ballot boxes must be sealed with numbered security seals. A chain of custody form must be signed by the team regarding the seal numbers and the total number of ballots cast as required by OCGA 21-2-440. Public notice requirements. Transparency and public notification are mandated under OCGA 21-2-265. Courthouse and digital posting. Notice of the shift to emergency paper ballots must be posted promptly to the county, at the county courthouse and on the county's official website within 24 hours of the determination. Precinct posting. A copy of this resolution and the specific state code authorization shall be posted at the entrance of every affected polling place for advance in-person voting and on election day to inform electors of the change in voting method. Emergency supply audit and inventory. While SEB 183-1-12-.11, Section 2, subsection C, requires a minimum of 10% backup of unvoted pre-printed paper ballots, this board finds that a transition to a full paper ballot election requires enhanced readiness. Inventory requirements. Superintendents are directed to procure Procure and maintain a sufficient stock of paper ballots for each ballot style within their jurisdiction, calculated using total registered voter counts and historical election data. This number may be reduced for advanced in-person voting by the number of mail-in ballots sent to voters in the election. This number may be reduced by election day precinct voting by the number of mail-in ballots sent and the number of early voting ballots cast. This ensures a surplus to accommodate high turnout, spoiled ballots, and provisional needs. Reporting. All 159 counties shall submit a certification of ballot readiness to the Secretary of State's office no later than 21 days before the election, the general election, verifying that sufficient supplies and marking pens are on hand. Final confirmation. This resolution serves as the official written confirmation for all 159 counties that the move to hand-marked paper ballots is the only approved contingency should the Liberty Vote Dominion QR code extension fail to be secured or the machines are found to be unlawful. Duly resolved, this is on the third day of June 2026.
Before we begin discussion, I wanted, Ms. Robinson, I didn't know if you thought you had to stay, but you don't have to stay if you don't want to. So I didn't want you to feel like you had to, so. Okay, it's fine if you want to. If you want to enjoy this, please feel free.
Enjoy.
Enjoy all you want to. Okay.
Change the date from July 3rd to July 4th.
I will change the date, yeah. Yeah, so that's the resolution. I'll send it
Safe travels.
to you, James.
Any comments from the board on this resolution?
Mr. Chairman,
Microphone.
I would, I'm hesitant to put the Attorney General's office on the spot, but I would like to ask if you have had any opportunity to review this. You've known, okay. In general, if we are issuing a resolution that is 100% contrary to advice that has been issued by the Secretary of State's office, how would you just?
Well, I haven't reviewed any advice from, I don't know what advice has been issued by the Secretary of State's office either. If there has been something that has been published, I have not seen it.
I will.
And I haven't, I did listen as you were reading, but I don't have the actual copy. You know, I guess you could have two agencies issuing resolutions that conflict with each other. Resolutions are not inherently binding.
Right.
So,
Resolutions are not binding.
you know, I don't think that there's any express requirement of consistency across agencies, but obviously it would cause confusion for elections superintendents if they are getting differing instructions from two agencies, both of which have some authority over what they're doing.
I think we all know that we are at risk of there being confusion regardless. The purpose of the resolution is so that the counties will have something in case they would like to go this route. This is an option. The fact is they don't have an option other than, to, I guess, wait and see what happens in the special session. And if nothing happens, then you're just kind of stuck. And my concern is that the counties are going to get lawsuits from candidates, from citizens, from people who feel as though they're voting unlawfully when there's no guidance. But having a resolution allows you to have something that you can hold to say, this is what we're utilizing, this is why we are transitioning this particular county to ensure that we're prepared. And it also allows the counties to start having a discussion amongst themselves about whether or not we want to move forward with this direction under the guise that we don't know what's going to happen in the special session. The whole thing, the purpose of this is that we're getting closer and closer and closer to this deadline. And we also have elections that are coming up, and there's more elections that are there. We already are in question whether or not we are properly verifying our ballot as it is right now. And so What I think is that we need to have something in the hands of these counties so that they can have support from us as well as support in the county, and that so that when they're communicating with citizens, they won't feel as though they don't have a plan of action going forward.
I see this, the resolution is to generally proceed with what is written in the code to move to emergency paper ballots for use for an election. Is that? Correct. Okay, am I understanding what the resolution says in whole and total? I'm also looking at a letter issued, I believe, I don't know when, a couple of days ago, by the Blake Evans from the SOS Elections Office, describing a procedure of using the QR codes, which right now will be prohibited as of July 1st. But Blake Evans is recommending the continued use of the QR code, and which will be in violation of law. And he has moved forward even further and said the state used optical character read of ballots, or ballot images perhaps, which he intends to use to tabulate the votes. That is a methodology that is not legal to tabulate votes. It is not election EAC certified to tabulate votes. It was introduced to the state of Georgia as a pilot project to review ballots, and it was not even conducted correctly as the pilot project. It conducted a review, an optical character read of ballot images, which are very different than ballots. Ballot images are simply images that could have been, could be altered, could be deleted, could be missing. We all know that we have chronic problems with missing ballot images. And there's certainly plenty of questions about altered ballot images. But the bottom line is, it's not a legal system to tabulate elections. I'm astounded that he sent this letter to the counties planning to use this method of tabulating an election, or any election, or elections for this year in Georgia.
So is it my turn?
Yes.
It's your turn.
You wrote so.
Okay, so, Member King, I really appreciate you doing this, and I definitely agree with the spirit of it. There's some functional things that I think are an issue. In the first paragraph, when you're talking about the utilization of QR codes for ballot tabulations faces severe legal uncertainty, as of this moment, there is no legal uncertainty. At this moment, the QR codes cannot be used to tabulate as July 1st. I mean, that's given law. The only thing that's uncertain is the rumor of them kicking the can down the road, which I hope and pray that they do not. The guidance that came out from Blake Evans day before yesterday, which, to be clear, the State Board of Elections was not copied on. It went out to counties, and we were not made aware of what his plan is, in my view, a disaster in the making. And I was thinking about it this morning with the OCR, the image tabulation, this is why my real proposal that I presented yesterday, when we're talking about the definition of a ballot, is so critical, and the definition of a vote is so critical, is because my vote is not some image that is scanned and uploaded through the internet to some server in the sky, to some cloud-based program where it can be compromised or changed or deleted or whatever. That is not my vote. My vote is the direct expression that I use. Unfortunately, we've been having to use ballot marking devices, but this is what I use for my direct expression. I use it all the time in writing on pieces of paper, and my direct expression should be my vote that is counted, not some Frankenstein system that uploads to some cloud in the sky. And I was just having a conversation yesterday about where the Secretary of State's data is hosted. It's hosted on a program in a system that was developed and is sold here in the United States, developed by 2 Russian oligarchs. So why Blake Evans thinks he can take something that is precious, that is at the end of my pen, and manipulate it and upload it through the internet to some cloud in the sky, and then have a conflicted company do OCR audits of images, not even the real ballots, when our own Board of Election members cannot get all the documents they need to certify an election within the 5 days, which is a ridiculously short amount of time. This is reaching the level of insanity in the state of Georgia. And this is really a huge problem, and I appreciate you, Member King,
Okay.
for doing the resolution. And I told you I would support the resolution. But there's some functional issues that we have here, one of which it does not address the ADA compliance. The Secretary of State has in his possession the software to update the BMDs that are required for ADA compliance and that kind of thing. That could have been done 2 years ago, and he's chosen not to do it. He has discretionary funds that he could have used to at least upgrade the ADA units and has not done that. So that's not addressed in the resolution. Also, I don't like the verbiage of "in the absence of machine extensions," because I refuse to accept any extensions in the state of Georgia for these voting machines. I just refuse.
Excuse me, one second. I want to make one alteration to the Dr. Johnson polite clapping rule. Is if you clap while somebody's speaking, it's a real problem for the people online to hear what they're speaking, also for our court reporter. So please hold applause until after someone finishes speaking. The Dr. Johnson clap till after someone finishes. Please, thank you.
And then when you get to the whereases, when it says, whereas in the event that further extension is not granted by the appropriate judicial or legislative bodies, the use of such machines for the November 2026 general election would be prohibited under current state statutes. Well, we have an election that is coming up right now in Congressional 13, which is why that was added in the rule proposal that I had that we never got to before getting to this situation, which is not going to matter because we're running out of time for that, because advanced voting begins July 6th. And so to even get our rule proposals to affect Congressional 13, that was one of those unforeseen circumstances. We didn't anticipate that Congressman Scott was going to pass away and we would have an election immediately forthcoming. So this is not only about the November election, which we're already running out of time on that too. This is also about the Congressional, do we just not care about the Congressional 13 race? Does that not matter to people? I mean, I live in Congressional 11, but I think the people that are voting as of July 6th in Congressional 13 deserve an election that complies with law, and I think they deserve to vote on hand-marked paper ballots. And I think we deserve to have verifiable elections. So as far as that paragraph, I have an issue with that because I am not going to presuppose that they're going to kick the can down the road. I'm going to presuppose that the legislature is going to do its job based on commitments that have been made, made on what makes sense, and also the fact that Georgia does not need to spend another $150 million or more on a complete new voting system when this is my direct expression right here. Also, on the next page, under the now therefores, it says, in the event of the extension for Liberty Vote, Dominion, and all of that. I get that. Again, I'm not presupposing they're going to kick the can down the road, but again, we don't have provision for ADA voting in here. And in my view, you did a great job in the beginning laying out the rationale, because that's the rationale I have been screaming since 2022. I have been screaming that it is the explicit duty of the state election board to obtain uniformity in the practices and proceedings of superintendents, registrars, deputy registrars, poll officers, and other officials, and to maintain the legality and purity in all primaries and elections. That is our job. The second paragraph, I completely agree with. In accordance with OCGA 21-2-3110, this board is empowered to take all necessary actions consistent with the law to ensure the fair, legal, and orderly conduct of primaries and elections across all jurisdictions. How much clearer could it be? I agree with your third point. Under OCGA 21-2-33.1A1, the state election board is uniquely vested with the authority to issue cease and desist orders, make provisions requiring any violator to stop committing acts that breach the state election code. And right now, I would like to issue a cease and desist order to Blake Evans. I get it. I get it. It's not funny to me. I understand. But to say that you are going to count our votes by images and not the direct expression of what our vote is without any kind of even communication. He just issues an edict from the Secretary of State's office. That's where my mind is. So I appreciate the intent of the resolution. I think if you took that along with some of the interim guidance, which I had to present, that we could come up with a good resolution. But the resolution that I want to sign is not a resolution that is going to empower the legislature to kick the can down the road.
Well, Member Grubbs, first, this resolution was created after speaking with election officials and board members. The reason why I did it the way I did it is because regardless of how we feel about it, regardless of what we believe, and we can be right, we have to position the counties to where they can withstand a lawsuit, where they can justify their actions, stating that the law, that, whether we agree with it or not, but stating that Georgia law says that the QR codes are supposed to be utilized right now, regardless of how we feel about it. Are we okay? Oh, I thought something was happening.
Is there something you'd like to share with the board? Would you like to share that with the board? Okay.
But so the point I'm making is that again, I'm all for hearing rules and even additional resolutions, whatever, but for my understanding is that as of right now, the QR codes are in place. We can disagree. We know that they're unlawful. We know that the voter is not able to verify their vote. But when you are a county election official, having to explain why you're not following what is written in the law, whether we agree or disagree, positions them in a bad place. It puts them in a bad place.
I agree. The election officials have been put in a terrible place. A lot of the cases that we've heard, we would not have to have heard had we had a better way of doing things in place. I agree with you 100%. There's a lot of people, and people who are not even particularly politically active. I've seen it from people on the right, on the left, in the middle, that have no faith and confidence in the QR code. Yes, I get that that is the law right now, and it's an unfortunate situation. It's unfortunate that Georgia is one of the only states in the United States of America that is stuck in this quagmire right now. It's unfortunate that during the legislative session since 2024, this has not been fixed, and I get all of that, and I agree. And I agree that the counties need to have instruction. I'm just saying that if we do it by resolution, first of all, remember, I come from the world of the GOP, and I know how much resolutions hold water.
Doing gives the county the opportunity to utilize it. They still have autonomy.
Of course, and that's why I did what I did with the presenting the interim guidance. So I agree. Since you consulted with county people, I'm surprised they didn't talk about upgrading the ADA units to the current software.
Well, that's something that's something that the counties they have autonomy to do anything additional around the resolution. But here's the thing too, when I was drafting this, it's important that I have to set my activism side to the side and sit in my board member seat. As a board member, even if there is an extension, that occurs, I cannot tell counties to ignore what the legislature said and do something else. Because now, we're put in we're putting them in a bad position. And then, are we prepared to fight their lawsuits? I mean, it's unfair, it's not right, it's where we are. But I believe in taking baby steps if necessary. Sometimes you got to do giant leaps, but there are other times you got to make baby steps in order to just create uniformity, and give our counties an option that they can utilize and that they can go back to their board with, justify, explain, and be able to use.
Any further comments from the board?
One comment. The simplest thing to do is to move to hand-marked paper ballots with an optical scan on the machines that currently can't accept optical scans, and move that immediately. And for the election in July, to utilize emergency ballots if necessary. I'd like to make a motion that we support the resolution of Ms. King, Member King.
There's a motion to support the resolution of Member King. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. There's a motion and a second to support the resolution. Member King, any further discussion?
Ms. King, I want to support the resolution, but there's some wording in it that I can't support. I'm open to, any changes. I likewise have draft guidance that I was hoping that we could work through that incorporates some of this, that also takes in consideration the Congressional 13 race. I definitely want to vote yes on this, but I can't vote yes on it in the current form.
Any further comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could we consider tabling this until after lunch maybe, and see if they could get together on some agreement and bring it back?
Well, there's a motion on the table right now that she'd have to withdraw the motion, and then we'd have to break for lunch.
Mr. Chair, I will withdraw that motion and make a motion to table this, to consideration of this until after lunch.
We don't need a table. We'll just leave it open.
Okay.
And there's a motion to withdraw. I mean, you've withdrawn your motion, so at this time, is there a motion to break for lunch?
So moved.
We have a motion without dissent. We'll break for lunch for approximately 40 minutes. We'll come back at 1:10. 1:10. Thank you. This meeting's now recess.
Yeah, but.
June 4th, 2026 meeting of the SEB is now back in session. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. We're going to try and quickly move through the rest of the agenda today. Yeah. We're going to try and quickly move through the rest of the agenda today. The item on the table at this time is a resolution by member Janelle King. Still open for comments from this board on this resolution. Any comments?
So Sally and I met right before lunch, and I agreed with Sally that there should be something in here that referenced ADA voters. So what we did was under authorization of emergency procedures, the paragraph, it's a short paragraph, but it now reads, in the event of, well, I'm adjusting that too. Oh, no, we kept that one. Never mind. Sorry, Sally.
That's okay.
In the event of the extension of the Liberty Vote Dominion QR code tabulation system is not granted during the upcoming special session called on June 17, 2026, or is otherwise vacated prior to the commencement of the upcoming elections, all 159 county election offices are hereby authorized to directed to implement emergency paper ballot procedures for non-ADA voters, so that you don't have any confusion there. And then in the section where I have the whereas, the fourth whereas, the adjustment states, whereas in the event that the current voting system issue is unresolved, the use of such machines for any election after July 1 would be prohibited under current state and statutes. So those were the adjustments, the changes.
And then I also have the draft guidance that I sent out, the interim guidance to the counties, which we can address whenever, but I'd like to see if we can make that part of the, as a working document, as part of the guidance to the counties.
It has a lot more details, and it can be attached as an addendum.
Any further comments, members of the board?
Sally, have your guidance, guidelines been distributed to the board?
Yes, they have. They were all emailed out with, I sent the guidance along with the proposed legislation, along with the proposed rule amendment on the quote-unquote bunker. I sent all that out a couple of days ago. And then it's in the packet that I gave everybody yesterday morning. So I emailed it and I gave written copies.
Got it. Anything else from the board on this?
I think this is helpful. It covers polling place operations, ballot-on-demand printing, ballot-on-demand security and accounting controls, and accessibility.
Anything else from the board on this topic? Anything else from the board
On this?
on this topic? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Is that what you're waiting for?
I'm waiting for anything else from the board.
That we accept the proposed resolution as presented by Member King with the edits, and then along with afterwards consideration of the draft interim guidance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the resolution presented by members King and Grubbs.
I have a question. What is proposed to do with this resolution?
To be sent to the counties so they can utilize it as for guidance in their board meetings.
You gonna do this ahead of the legislature meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
So they'll have it now. It's for them to use at their will.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I just make sure that I get either from Member Grubbs or Member King the condensed correct version?
I'll email it to you.
Okay, perfect.
And Mr. Chairman, there were several issues that we needed to bring up. Can you just kind of go over where we are on the agenda?
Oh, let me see. Under new business, we have to discuss guidance from SOS to counties. And then we will go into old business, which we haven't completed any of the old business yet. Although I did want to discuss one of the old business next, the election night reporting next, and then go to your rules.
Okay, well, there's the issue with the Field Cersei has a presentation.
That's going to be last on the agenda.
Okay, I must have missed that memo.
Well, Dr. Johnson and I had discussed that yesterday, and since it was a late
A late edition?
edition, we decided to put it at the end of the agenda, so.
They have a complaint that's been filed. that
Field
has to
Cersei?
do with,
I do not know. Don't know where he lives.
I think they're 5 hours away.
Florida line.
Right.
I do live in Georgia.
That hurts.
I know that it's.
Mr.
All right,
Chair,
we will-
would you consider hearing them since they have such a long travel time, and
When did you want to hear them?
now would be appropriate?
I think it's in the
Sure.
process.
I'm confused about a special presentation when has there been a complaint filed? I don't know anything about this.
Dr. Johnson, you want to explain what this is going to be about?
Yes, I will. There is a complaint that, about the log files and in review and findings in log files. And I believe Director Mills will be assigning this for an investigation. But it's so important to hear the findings of these 7 counties. I think it would be beneficial for this board to hear what they've studied and what they've found, and to consider what we should do next as far as investigation. I'm not a log expert or computer expert, and it raises a lot of questions, and so I would like the whole board to benefit from hearing this so that we might direct a proper investigation of this.
So, so none of the counties that are involved have received notice of any of this? The
No,
Secretary
this
of
is
State's office?
just a report on a study of log files. It's not a complaint of a election violation.
No counties will be mentioned today?
Well, counties may be mentioned, but they're not defending a violation.
Can we do it by just county 1, county 2, county 3? I mean, if a county's being named, I'd rather keep them anonymous at this time and just do county 1, county 2, county 3.
Mr. Searcy, can you do that?
Well, our presentation, we have a PowerPoint, it lists the names on the presentation. We're not making any allegations that the counties have done anything wrong at all. In fact, they probably don't even know. So there's no fault in there that we're pointing out. But we think that this is such an urgent matter that the state needs to address this systemic problem.
I think
And also 7 counties and stuff.
the concerns, Member Gazelle, is that is an equipment concern, not a county concern or an individual concern. It's the concern about the equipment and the functionality of the equipment. It may be for nothing. I do not know, but
Do we have anybody, has there been any notice provided to the state or to the Secretary of State or the custodian of the equipment and the software to provide any kind of explanation? Or is it just going to be, once again, a presentation without any opportunity to get an explanation?
I would have to ask Mr. Searcy if it's been presented or sent to the state.
My understanding, wasn't this presented to senators and representatives?
We did present this to the legislature in the general session. We had a briefing on it, and we had a press conference on it. And we also delivered a copy to the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, so why are we doing this again then?
Well, this is a complaint I feel like the board needs to address. And we've actually filed a complaint with the SEB. We've been assigned a case number. And we thank for taking the urgency of it and trying to elevate it to today. But we've got 15 minutes. Myself and Charlene Alexander are here to present and explain to you just an overview of what our complaint is about. And I believe there's maybe an investigator that's already assigned that we're here to answer any questions they may have.
That presents a little bit of a problem if it's an ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I didn't realize if it's an ongoing investigation, if your presentation is dealing with an ongoing investigation, that presents a problem for this board to hear it prior to the investigation being performed.
Well, I don't know if he started or not, but
I mean, if you've already complained, though, an investigation's been assigned, so it's an investigation, and we can't really hear anything about that until the investigation's been completed. It would be.
Has an investigation been started?
Let me check. Sherry, can you see if that's been assigned a number? The investigation?
It prejudices it.
It would be.
It's still prejudice. They've made a complaint. They're prejudiced. I mean,
I don't think we're in it. But it needs to be done. This would be Georgia SED. Okay, the case number's not been assigned.
the complaint's been made, right, to this board?
Yes.
When was the complaint made?
When did we mail that? It's been about three weeks ago, I think. I can tell you. Well, I have it in my briefcase. I have the e-sign of all of our signatures on it. There's 7 complainants from the 7 counties, and
I'd like to ask the board to hear the complaint, and if the board determines that it doesn't need to be investigated, then we'll live by that. And if you decide it does need to be investigated, then we'll live by that.
The problem is that they're making a presentation on a complaint. Who's the complaint against?
Use of Dominion systems.
Right, I mean, it's a complaint against somebody. The respondent isn't able to be here to respond to the complaint. It hadn't been investigated yet. A complaint's been made. It seems overly prejudicial to me
We also
to hear
have,
evidence without having it been investigated yet.
we also have no jurisdiction over what systems the Secretary of State chooses to use. And we don't know what level of authority the legislature is going to grant moving forward. I mean, this isn't just a free-for-all. We have specific legal jurisdiction, but that's not one of the issues that we have jurisdiction over.
well, I'll say this. The analysis of the investigation reveals that U.S. federal code is being violated, Georgia state code is being violated, and the Georgia Constitution is being violated because Georgia must comply in a federal election. We must comply with 52 U.S.C. 21081, paragraph 5, where it says the equipment, if it produces any errors or misfeeds, it has to be corrected.
What's
That's
the
a court,
Georgia
that's
code?
federal
though?
court. Then that would, the proper jurisdiction for that, for hearing that claim would be federal court, not this,
What
not the
about the
state
state
election board.
212374? It's also in violation. The ballot scanner should not be approved unless it produces an errorless count. If any error is detected, the cause therefore shall be ascertained and corrected, and the errorless count shall be made before the ballot scanner is approved. And we've looked at 7 counties. It's systemic in every county, and from the 2024 general election, out of those 7 counties, they have 870,000 ballots. There were 716,794 errors and 299,412 misfeeds. And the law doesn't allow that. The law allows 6 errors and 1,744 misfeeds.
Is this the same error code that was examined a few years ago when there was an accusation that there was a suggestion that the error that had happened in Tennessee with a different, when they were not properly accounting for provisional ballots, because they use a different version of the Dominion
They
software.
use 5.5B in
But it
Tennessee.
is not just that.
It's not just that. That's part of it, but that's not all of it. There were 22,000 QR code mismatch errors in our analysis in every county.
And this exact same claim has been made. It was investigated, and it was determined that the error codes were coming when a ballot is misfed.
Right, I've read
And it
that.
gets rejected. And that's happened to me probably half the times that I voted, that the error code comes up in the files simply because there's a misfeed. The ballot is returned, it gets refed.
That's called a misfeed.
Yes.
And the standards require no more than 1 in 500 ballot scans. and we're having, in this batch of counties, 299,000 times we had ballot misfeeds, and the law only allows 1,744. So it's so massively outside of the federal standards, this must be addressed.
So is your concern with impending elections that it continues to happen?
Yes, but we don't know what these errors, we're not making any claim that there's a change in the count. We don't know that. We just know that these 7 error messages
And they exceed what's acceptable?
by massively. For example, don't read numbers. 49% of the ballots had errors, these errors. 26.95% of the voters were affected by the ballot reversals. 26.95% are affected by these ballot reversals in the 7 counties.
Here's my problem, Mr. Sushi. I'm sorry. The problem is that the complaint's already been filed. It's already been assigned a case number. So there's an active complaint out there. And a complainant coming and addressing the board on this case prior to the case being investigated really sets a bad precedence for us as a board, because then it opens the door to any other complainant coming in before the case has had a chance to be investigated. I mean, being educated, I understand that, but it prejudices us to do that. I can't agree with that, I'm sorry that you came all the way up here. I wish I'd known about it beforehand, but
Well,
this is an open complaint, been assigned a number, so it's under investigation,
so what I would ask the board then
Okay.
is that this investigation that's being done be put as highest priority, and that we have a chance to come back next month. And if our findings are confirmed, that this board will make a decision to put some countermeasures in place. Already, your resolution is one thing, the QR code is one thing, but the ballot scanning is another whole issue that must be addressed. And you talk about a Frankenstein system. In this software suite we're using in this state, which we've used from the very beginning, it has over 120 software and hardware components that make up the entire suite. It is a Frankenstein system. And the error messages we're showing here are coming from the proprietary part of that suite. Most of that software is COTS off the shelf, but the proprietary part is in the ICP and the ICC scanners. That's where all these errors are being generated, and nobody knows what's in there. And that needs to be resolved.
Well, your presentation needs to be sent to the investigator who's handling this, so that they can have that information before them. And this board will give your case due consideration like every other one, based on the facts that we received from the investigation itself. But to hear the complainant prior to the investigation is really improper for the way that we need to handle things, so.
I can understand your viewpoint on that. I just don't want this case to be
Taking
wound
4
up like
years?
the bunch of the others
Well-
we've seen today from 4 or 5 years ago that have not been resolved.
I understand that, and the gentleman that assigns investigators to cases is sitting right next to me, so.
I was going to say, in this case, we know
Yeah.
this case exists.
Yep.
So we can track it.
Yes.
See, a lot of the other cases that come in and have been assigned through the SOS's office, that's why I always encourage people to email me and contact me
Yeah.
directly, because we don't know what we don't know. And when it goes through that portal or it goes to the SOS's office,
Well,
I can't even get a list of the ones that they have now, and I've been asking since I came on this board in January for a list, and as a board member, I can't get a list. I guess I need to do an ORR.
yeah, good luck with that.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I understand that, and that's why I sent it directly to the SEB, because I knew of that situation. I've been coming to these meetings, as you know, since 2003, and 2-minute public comment. You probably don't know a lot about me, but my background in IT has nothing to do with our analysis. Anybody that can read and use a computer with basic computer skills and do a search can do the analysis that we did and come to the same findings that we did, that these errors exist, and they far exceed the federal standards that are required, that the 51 code requires, as well as the Georgia code requires. And Georgia, under Georgia Constitution, we must use election procedures that are provided by law. And if our procedures are not in accordance with what's provided by law, we're in violation of the Constitution and everyone's rights, not just mine, but everybody's in the state.
I promise you, you will have ample time to make your case when the case comes before the board. I promise you that. So, but I need to be fair about the way this is handled and consistent. So,
Well, I appreciate even the consideration today. I was going to say that in the very beginning,
Right.
but thank you for recognizing the urgency and wanting to accelerate it.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Searcy, if also in your research, if any information you have on ES&S would be greatly appreciated too.
Yeah, I haven't done any research on them.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, there was a request to talk about election night reporting first, which is under old business. Ms. Grubbs, was that, or Member Grubbs, was that your,
Yeah, I have clearly, we are in a situation because we are not, the rest of us haven't been lucky enough to go to election night reporting like you have, Mr. Chair, and I know that it's, maybe there's nothing that goes on there, I don't know, but.
I don't think that's an insult, but I'll, it's late in the day, it might be, I don't know.
I would never insult you. You just must be hanging with a different crowd.
I've been accused of that before.
But anyway, as everyone knows, there's a lawsuit that's been filed about attending election night reporting, about the secretary performing his duties in public, and so on and so forth, and that we were not invited and not allowed to go. And so I believe that that is an urgent matter that is the reason why I've done this, or am presenting this rule petition, or not petition, but this rule proposal for Rule 183-1-12-.12. I don't know who came up with that numbering system. It makes no sense to me. So maybe one day we can go through the rules and renumber them in some fashion that makes sense. But it's under subparagraph 8B3. What it previously said, the tabulation and consolidation shall be performed in public. However, the election superintendent may make reasonable rules and regulations for conduct at the tabulating center for the security of the results and returns to avoid interference with the tabulating center personnel. The way it's been changed is the tabulation and consolidation at the county and state level, including state election officials' activities to review and approve tabulation reporting, shall be performed in public with meaningful poll watcher visual access permitted. However, the election superintendent and the Secretary of State may make reasonable rules and regulations for conduct at the tabulating or central reporting center for the security of the results and the returns, and to avoid interference with the tabulating center review activities. So there's a change to that paragraph. There's a change to paragraph 8B5C, which has said, at the same time that such information is publicly posted, it shall be transmitted to the Secretary of State in a manner determined by the Secretary of State. And then this language adds, which shall be subject to in-person contemporaneous review by authorized poll watchers and observers. And then the following subparagraph D adds the language, what exists says, such results shall be transmitted in a format prescribed by the Secretary of State And then the language added here says, "and reviewable contemporaneously by authorized poll watchers and observers in person and subject to public review under provisions of OCGA 21-2-72. And that's all there is to the changes to this particular rule. It's just to add observation and oversight to what's going on at election night reporting, while the Secretary of State should be doing those activities in public.
Now, are you asking the board to rule on these line by line, or?
No, this is just, somebody had their smart pills at lunch. We can do it that way because technically they are that way, but I'll deal with you later on the other rules.
You know, I think not having representation in that room is important. I mean, regardless of what's happening there, telling us nothing's happening, so no one else needs to see it or be in there. I mean, that's just show us, right? Show us the nothing. But I do think that it just provides additional level of security and transparency to our voters.
I agree, and especially in light of the incorrectly reported results to a candidate, Gambrell, in the last election, not understanding the cause of that incorrect report, if it originated in the election night reporting or somewhere else. I think that is yet another reason to be present. Ms. Groves, would you have the complete documentation that goes with a rule petition amendment? I know that we just got the petition changes. You have the rest of the
I don't have it
proposal?
with me, but I can do that. And I know that we're going to have to have another meeting pretty soon, so.
Well, there is a court hearing on this next week, I believe. So it may validate this, it may,
Well, and I'm sure there'll be a hearing, and
Invalid.
then there'll be an appeal, and then there'll be another appeal, so I'm sure that,
I'm not making a comment either way. I'm just saying there's a hearing next week that may invalidate this or validate it, or who knows what's going to happen, so.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
I move that we proceed with consideration for rulemaking for Ms. Grubbs' Rule 183-1-12-.112, tabulating results.
Dr. Johnson, the proper motion would be to initiate rulemaking procedures.
I move that we initiate rulemaking procedures for
Yeah.
183-112.12.
We have a motion to initiate rulemaking procedures on Rule 183-1-12-.12. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Member Gazal?
I just want to make it clear that from my perspective, I have no horse in this race. I have no dog in this fight. And until a judge has ruled that there is a legal right, I'm not comfortable pursuing what I believe may be beyond the scope of our legal authority.
well, I'm fighting for your right to be there too, just saying.
Any further comments?
The only comment, it may be that there will be a ruling on this before the next meeting, and that may direct what this board does with whether to adopt or deny this rule.
Correct. That's the reason I mentioned that.
I get that. I agree that the court may do something that would affect it, but as where we sit right now, it is what it is, and I feel like the people of Georgia deserve oversight of that process.
Any further comments? We have a motion and a second to approve this, initiate rulemaking procedures on this rule. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I don't think you can vote on your own rule, maybe. Remember, I think in the past, we,
You can vote on your own measure.
What says I can't?
did we? All right. Any in opposition?
Nay.
Vote carries 3-1.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm not going to question you, I'm just.
No, I'm
moving
not,
forward.
I'm moving on to the next subject.
Okay, we're moving on to the next one? Good.
Well, we're still the same subject, but we have a runoff election coming up in just a few days. I'd like to ask this board to consider the thought of asking the chairman and maybe the vice chair, or maybe any way you'd like to go about it, but I believe the Secretary of State should be asked again for attendance. I mean, this is all the marbles, the runoff, and to be shut out of a room and not allowed sight, visual observation is frankly unbelievable.
I don't mind sending an email to them.
I don't mind asking again. We'll both ask. I'll ask and copy you, and, all right.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not asking for a frivolous worded email. Would you plead on the cause and on behalf of this board that we would like to be in attendance?
Yes, I did that one time. I'll do it again.
Well, would you take somebody with you on this board so that all ears can hear what's said?
Well, I'm happy to. Yeah. All right.
Can't ask for any more than that.
All right. Where am I on this agenda? Next item on the agenda is rule-making petitions and proposed rules by member Sally Grubbs.
Here we go again.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so here's the deal, is we had all this, I know there's been ample time to review it. To Dr. Johnston's point, and we're looking at the proposed rules, Exhibit 1, subparagraph 2, optical scan voting systems, defining the vote. The permanent change would say, a vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot, and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot exported. And then because of what Dr. Johnston said yesterday, added the language exported from the certified voting system. So
There's another change?
well, I mean, I can leave it the way that it was, but I was addressing the concern that she had. A vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot, and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot exported from the certified voting system, showing what the root origin of the ballot is.
Are there new copies for the board?
Well, no, because I
Okay,
wasn't,
All right.
I mean, I can send you a screenshot.
that's all right.
It would just be adding the words at the end of subparagraph 2,
Okay.
exported from the certified voting system.
Okay. Are there other changes besides that one?
No, and what I'm going to ask the board's indulgence is to just take up this, and I'll just forget the rest of the proposed rules at this point in time. We can bring them up at another time. So I'm just asking that we define the vote, and that's it.
Can I see your paper, please?
So, Ms. Groves, are you not requesting the changes that are made in the rest of definition of vote, the temporary changes and the green marked changes.
Yeah, the rest of on the following pages, it was just getting too difficult to try and get any of that done. So I'm asking right now just to make the changes in subparagraph 2.
183 dash.
Yeah, 183-1-15-02. That is the definition of the vote. I'm just asking to define the vote under subparagraph 2 to say optical scan voting systems, a vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot. And then addressing what you had said yesterday, added the words, I have to look at it on my phone. Give me just a second. I gave my copy to Mr. Verveer. Exported from the certified voting system.
Well, here's my question. Does the official tabulation take place in the scanner at the polling location? Or does it take place at the tabulation center after it's all sent to the, sent in? Where does the official tabulation take place of the votes?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may. So in a precinct, tabulation happens when the polls are closed. So when you close down the scanner, that's when the tabulation takes place. And it takes place according to what has already been scanned. So when the ballots are scanned in, the precinct scanner takes a digital image of that. The tabulation doesn't happen at that moment, just like during early voting. So the problem that Dr. Johnston pointed out here still exists, that if, according to this, the vote cast shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot. Because the scanner is taking a digital image and tabulating it only when the close down procedures are started, I don't think that would meet this definition.
That's where I was going with it.
And so that, I believe that is exactly the way it's done when, in the high-speed scanners at the county level, that when the absentee ballots are scanned, it scans it, but the actual tabulation is done based on the electronic scan. Only like an old school Scantron is tabulated directly from the paper. So it goes, the tabulation process, I believe, goes from the paper ballot into the memory and the software, and then the software is going to tabulate based on the digital image that it has captured. And I think technically that does not qualify under this definition. And therefore, there would not be any electronic tabulation software or hardware available to us if we pass this.
So, first of all, it's just to initiate, and I think there's some questions that we don't have answered. I understand what you're saying, that it's capturing an image in the scanner. But do you understand what I'm trying to achieve here? That it is, because right now, like I'd said earlier in the meeting, what I don't want to have happen is people's votes being tabulated by images that are not the direct reflection of how they voted. You know, transmitting from scanning a ballot into a scanner and tabulating from that versus scanning a ballot, taking an image, and then those images being uploaded into a cloud and being tabulated from a cloud source where you're not sure of the security, you're not sure whether the images have been manipulated and things like that. So I'm all open to hearing suggestions, but scanning a ballot and first of all, I don't think we have all of the information to say exactly the mechanism like you explained. Not sure when that actually happens.
Well, let me add, when the ballot is scanned, the vote is captured. Okay, it's captured, and that's when the vote is actually cast. So it's not that it's held until the close of polls. It is accumulating those votes
But it's
as the ballots are scanned and
So
and
it's
that vote is
detected,
captured.
but it's not tabulated, and the language says tabulated directly from the paper.
Well,
And so-
the reason it says
It
tabulated.
is. It is. It's a simple Dominion software, like a formula in like in an Excel spreadsheet. So as you add the vote, it increments it up one for that candidate. It
But I don't-
doesn't wait until the end of the day to increment all the votes.
But I think it does. I think it waits until, because it's not legal to tabulate before polls are closed.
It's in the scanner.
Right, it's in the scanner.
It's not visible.
But it hasn't been tabulated. I think the actual, so.
It's kind of
I
semantics.
don't want to put ourselves in a position where somebody can come back and say, well, now you have to hand tabulate all your ballots because you just passed a rule that said you have to tabulate off the paper.
I think what Ms. Grubbs is trying to say is you shall not take the ballot images and tabulate from those images, from the images of the ballots, that it needs to be held within the scanner that you have just scanned the ballots.
That's correct.
That's not exactly what this says. I understand.
That's the
I
intent,
understand the
think.
intent, but we're not quite there.
Okay.
So how would you suggest changing the wording to get that point across?
Well, I would have to wordsmith that, and I'm not going to do that here. I'm very slow at that sort of thing to
Yeah.
make sure. I'm just not in a position.
You
to do
need
that.
perhaps you need an engineer, Member Grubbs, but the tabulation is actually occurring throughout the day as the ballots are scanned, and they're accumulated during the day, and the totals are printed out, which we oftentimes call tabulation, but those are actually, you're just presenting the totals. But it's not that it does the add up at 7 PM.
But then they go to
But we don't really know that for sure, do we?
we don't. And then they go to a center to where they're all, from all the different precincts, are put together and tabulated.
That is consolidated.
Consolidated, yeah. People call it tabulated. That's
So wouldn't, I mean, if we were to initiate rulemaking, wouldn't that be the time when we are to debate it, rework it, speak with the attorneys?
Exactly, that's my point,
Come
is
up with
that
the right verbiage?
initiating rulemaking doesn't mean that it's become a rule.
Right.
It means that we're investigating the process of making it, and I'm totally open,
And considering that there is discussion happening where the SOS is considering tabulating based off of ballot images and not the original document, I do think this is necessary to be clear and to define it. But I do think that it's okay to start the rule initiation process so that we can discuss that. And then maybe once, during that time period, Member Gazal, as well as any other attorneys, can assist with the wording of it, which may adjust prior to it coming back.
that would probably, when you initiate rulemaking procedures, you make substantial changes to it, then
What if it's not substantial? It may just be
Well,
a few.
we don't
We
know.
don't know.
I mean, it would be fine with me to stop after a vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot, period. And take out, and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot.
I don't have a problem with the electronic copy of the image because I think that part is the part that speaks directly to what I'm concerned about with the SOS direction that I feel like they're going.
It seems like our concern is that there's a consideration that's in the works of tabulating, not using the ballot scanner tabulator to actually tabulate the votes, but to use another method to tabulate votes. This optical character read, which means literally the images are removed, essentially removed from the original ballot scanner tabulator and tabulated by a different device, a different piece of equipment. And that's not legal, and it's not certified. I think perhaps some people on this board want to prohibit that from occurring.
That's exactly right, and I think the edict that came out day before yesterday is further evidence of trying to, judge our ballots and our votes by, I'm going to call them pie in the sky Frankenstein processes, rather than what voters intend when they cast their ballot. And I feel like it's very important for us to define that. I believe that it is in accordance with law, exactly what Georgia Code says. And so, if there's some tweaks that need to be made, then that's fine, but I think we can do that during the rulemaking process, and, in the meantime, we get the conversation going.
This also fringes on the emergency complaint we just received that Fulton County is scanning ballots after the election, that they have rescanned thousands of ballots after the primary election and are intending to use those as official ballot counts. This type of process or procedure is illegal. It's not allowed. You can't do that. You can't tabulate votes and then take them somewhere else and tabulate them again and call it good. It's a break in chain of custody. It's an abuse of the election process, and apparently it was done in secret. Sorry. Well. Well, anyway, it's very concerning and raises additional issues about all of this.
Mr. Chair, since, I'm not a member of the public and trying to petition the board, I don't need to do the petition. I mean, I've done, on the other rule is what I was going to say, but anyway, I would appreciate the opportunity to initiate rulemaking on this. If we find out some other language, if we can find out other language or some information, I'm happy to revisit it, but I would appreciate the board's vote on initiating rulemaking on this
I
rule.
just wonder if language was added that said this will not preclude the use of optical scanners for the counting of ballots generated by the ballot marking devices or something. I don't want this rule to lead to a situation where somebody thinks that they can only hand count ballots.
Well, it's under optical scan voting systems.
Yeah, I'm just further clarifying that.
I mean, the rest of the rule is dealing with
Yeah.
with optical scan voting, so, I mean, it's literally under that section.
Well,
I mean, and maybe one day we can remove the language about lever-type voting machines unless those are going to come back.
you never know. The legislature's meeting in a couple of weeks, we'll find out. Any further questions from the board on this? So your proposal is to just, this one comments are, this one section on 183-1-15-.02 definition of vote, number 2, in the language would be a vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot exported from the certified voting system.
Correct.
And then everything else in this proposal, you're withdrawing.
I
Correct?
mean, yes, because clearly y'all don't want to, y'all don't want to vote on it as a whole and then don't want to take it individually. I can break it up into 26 different rule proposals.
Not
which
today.
I'm happy to do at another time. But for now, no, that's the only thing I'm asking for a vote
So the only
on.
thing before this board today is that one paragraph.
Yep.
Any further comments or anything from the board?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we initiate rulemaking procedures on the Amendment 1, or A, and send this into the process of reviewing this and see if we can move forward.
And I would request, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have a motion to initiate rulemaking procedures on 183-1-15-.02 definition of vote, paragraph number 2, starting with optical scan voting systems. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all,
Just one question. Does this meet the new criteria required from the Supreme Court?
that would be a question for the petitioner.
What new criteria are you talking about? Are you talking about eternal vigilance?
Yes.
I believe it does, in my opinion.
Any further comments, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
The motion carries 3-1.
I would ask the executive director to please be sure that this is transmitted to legislative council tomorrow, for sure, to get their review and input.
Initiate rulemaking. This is to initiate the rulemaking process, right?
Procedures, initiate rulemaking procedures.
Member Grubbs.
Got it. I got the
You
rest.
get the,
I wrote it all out.
okay.
You're welcome. I didn't make you sit through 25 more.
Oh, my gosh. Are you withdrawing your petitions, all, the remainder of the petitions?
I'm suspending them for now.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is, let me see. Oh, did we? You're right, the director's report.
Draft, remember I've got draft legislation and interim guidance too. Oh, you, okay, okay.
Don't worry, I've got all kinds of clarity on my notes here. Mr. Executive Director.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll make this short and brief. I would
Thank
just say that This has been a busy month, as it always is when you have an election in the month. And in the office, we've been extremely busy. As you know, we started out exploring the possibility of drop bags and the multiple drop bag locations that were added in specifically certain counties, specifically Fulton County, who added a large number. We came up with a plan to follow up on that, and then we learned that we were not able to do it unless we had done some necessary background checks, even to use volunteers, so we had to back off of that. However, I think Member Gazal had shared that they had stopped the drop ballot.
That was my information that was shared with me.
Yes, and one of the reasons I think was that that somebody was writing down car tag numbers, so it was reported. But anyway, I would say to you, if writing down the car tag numbers of couriers is enough to stop a program, then we made progress. If somebody's doing something questionable, then I appreciate those that came out, received the training. And so while it was not a success, it did at least increase chain of custody in certain situations. And also, this past month, we brought on board into the agency licensed private investigator Larry Duckworth to be one of our part-time investigators. And then we also brought on part-time investigator Jason Frazier to be part of our data investigating and also to help in other areas as well. We brought on a full-time employee by the name of Jennifer Sanders, and we're excited to have Jennifer Sanders with us. She has previous experience in county elections. She was a poll worker. She's been an assistant manager. She's also been a precinct manager. And so Jennifer Sanders started with us the 1st of June, and we're extremely excited to have her on board as we're going to continue to develop the tracking software for complaints that come in. In the past, there's been no way to track these complaints. We now have a system that will allow us to do that, and the agency will be moving full speed ahead on implementing this program. And hopefully, in the future, when questions come up about complaints that have come in from this date and beyond, we'll be able to say, hey, this is exactly where the complaint is at in the process by using this tracking system. It's going to be extremely valuable, and it will help us have a better record ongoing when all of us are no longer here. Somebody can stand on our shoulders and keep a record of what happened to that particular complaint, when it became a case, who was the investigator that investigated it, what was the decision when the case was adjudicated by the board, and what date, and what the decision made, who the forms were sent to, or letters, or did the AG take it up? All of that will be recorded. And in regards to the slog file complaint that has come in, while the board was not able to hear that today, I personally think it bears tremendous information that needs to be checked into. Now, is it right or wrong? I don't know. I haven't studied it enough to know. I'm not an expert in slog files, but I will say this, that I commit to you that we're going to investigate this, and if there's nothing to it, we'll come back and tell you that there's nothing to it. And if there is something to it, then hopefully we'll find out. Because what we don't need is another election full of errors. And I think that's the grand goal of everyone. During the primary election, we had investigator Larry Duckworth, we had investigator Jason Frazier, as long as well as the chairman, was at the Fulton County Hub on election night. And Shane White, our open records officer, part-time bailiff for the SEB. Sean, I said Shane, I'm sorry.
I like Shane.
Sean, I like Sean. All right, I apologize, Sean. Sean was there as well, and they were observing, and we're going to continue to take proactive measures in regards to voting in Georgia. It's not our desire to catch somebody and say, gotcha. We want to work with counties. We realize that you're there because you believe in the voting system. You want to make it better, and we do as well. So we will be taking proactive measures. And in regards to that, I sent a list of about 6 things we had asked for from both Fulton County and Cobb County in the results of this past election. Cobb County was very responsive and said that they would provide the documents that we'd asked for, such as tabulation tapes, closing, opening, just simple things that every county should have and should have access to. And Fulton County notified me that they would send it to their open records department and they would get back with us. And I notified the attorney that was here earlier for Fulton County. We all know there's a time limit of certification, and once certification takes place, after that, then those are stored with the clerk of court. The only way you can get those documents then is to go to Superior Court and get a judge to grant you. What we were attempting to do was just to validate those before that happened. And I'm hopeful that Fulton County will change their attitude toward this and be as cooperative as Cobb County seems to be. Again, I'd love nothing more to say than this county's moving in the right direction. And I want to say there was a time not too many months ago when there were several hundred birthdays that were around the year of 1900 and 1800 that were on Fulton County's registrar. We brought that to their attention. And without a formal complaint now, Fulton County made the adjustments, and the last report I had gotten is that that's down into the teens, which I hope it'll soon be to 0, but to get it down to that low is fabulous progress. And so I congratulate Fulton County or any county. We all want voter rolls to be cleaned up. We want them to be correct. We don't want to have situations like we heard earlier today. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stop there. We've had some great additions, and I can't say enough about Hope Cohen, Sherry Pilgrim, Sean White, Larry Duckworth, Jason Frazier, and our new hire, Jennifer Sanders. She's going to be stellar as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, I don't want to skip over the fact that Fulton did reduce and clean up that portion of their voter rolls. I mean, Fulton's a long way to go. But I do think that it's important that if you're going to continue to beat up on them and highlight all the negatives, that we do highlight when they do something positive. And so I appreciate you adding that. And I thought Sherry's last name was Phillips. Is it Pilgrim?
It is Phillips.
I didn't think her last name was
Did I say Pilgrim? I'm sorry. I apologize.
You called her Shane, too.
We get, what is it? Men have 12,000 words a day. Women have 25,000. I'm at my 12,000 limit.
Next on the agenda is former SEB employee Alexander Harden archived state election board text messages involving state business from government-issued and personal phones during their employment with the state election board. Who added that one to the agenda?
I didn't add that. That was added a long time ago. Did we ever get her documents?
We got our emails.
We got her emails,
Yes.
but not her phone.
No.
Why do we not get the phone?
And I'm going to tell you, I'm only going to repeat what I've been told, is that when she was no longer employed by the SEB, she turned in her government-issued phone, and it goes to IT, and they do a factory reset on it, and they reissue the phone to somebody new. That's what I've been told.
So all of the SCB business that was on that phone is now deleted?
That's all I know. It's all I know, is that they do a factory reset, and that it gets reissued.
So when you were told that, you just said, what, nothing?
Well, I said, is that standard policy? And they said, yes. I mean, they do not download anything off of that. They do a factory reset on it and reissue the phone.
That is archived information, or it should have been, from the SEB. I'm not going to argue whether or not it's our phone or their phone. If they issued the phone, they got a point. It's theirs. What is not theirs is the historical data and archived information that was on that phone. And for anybody to wipe it without talking to this board.
It wasn't theirs to do.
Mr. Chairman, you just accepted that?
Well, it's been done. I'm not quite sure what you wanted me to do about it at that point, but it's been done.
What do you do about an agency that deletes public documents, government documents?
I mean, it's the same thing. I know as far as, the next item with emails and stuff like that. I mean, I go through great pains to have a separate phone and to, not delete spam emails I get. And she was the paralegal for the SEB and handled a ton of business. And I know the policy, at least when Chris Harvey was at the, head of elections, it was, keep everything and all that kind of stuff. I believe you, Mr. Chairman, that that's what you were told, but it is hard for me to believe that a state agency goes and just automatically deletes and resets a phone without some kind of oversight to know whether that was important information. And while they paid for the phone, I guess, I'm sure they billed us for it. That data and that kind of thing, it's unbelievable to me that they just get away with doing whatever they want. It just gets old.
I mean, what if we deleted our text messages? And then American Oversight comes calling. Again.
This has been being asked for since July of last year. It started when Vice Chair Johnson was asking for it. And so this has been going on a while. And Mr. Chairman, you have to advocate for this board when you communicate with the SOS. Otherwise, you're just a mouthpiece of the SOS, and that's not what the chairman of the SOB is for.
He can only convey what he's told, I know. I don't blame the chairman for this situation. I do blame, I believe that it's a typical pattern of delay, deny, deflect. Delay, deny, deflect. And that's with every aspect of what we deal with the Secretary of State's office. And it says with the bunker, delay, deny, deflect. I mean, the 3 Ds of the Secretary of State's office in Georgia.
I think my question is, when was this done? Because we've been asking for this since she left. And did we get this update recently?
No, my understanding was I've told this to the board before. So
I thought-
my understanding was it was done as soon as she transitioned from the SEB to the SOS. She turned in her phone, government-issued phone. They factory reset it and they reissued it, so.
I thought the last time when you mentioned it, you weren't sure, like it was, I think it was,
Well, that's what I
you know,
went-
it was
That's what I
a,
was told. I went back and asked again. So but it's the same thing yeah, I mean, we have talked about this for 6 months, and I have said the same thing for 6 months.
Well, let's
That's
just
what-
take it off the agenda because it's never going to go anywhere anyway.
All right,
I mean, clearly, they're not going to produce what they don't want to produce. So there's no point wasting any more time talking about it. And the election board emails and that kind of thing.
let me go over that one. Election board emails, so, and text messages, and this related to Addison Brooks and Sheila Pinup, and those emails, I understand, have been given to us. They were not issued government phones, so they do not have any government phones, those two. Right. And my understanding is that we were provided those emails, so. Next item on the agenda is SCB 189.
SB 189.
I'm sorry, SCB. It is a long day.
That's member King's resolution.
That was your resolution? Oh.
Well, and
that's
then
done.
also have the draft legislation.
That's not on the agenda.
I mean, I asked about it yesterday, and I sent it along with the emails, and we've talked about it in the meeting. I mean, wherever you want to talk about it, or if you don't want to talk about it.
I confess I have not had time to read through and study all of that.
Well, it's legislation for the next legislative session.
I think it's draft legislation, that includes, temporary use of the backup balloting. It's important legislation now, considering that they're about to have a special session. So that's why I was presenting it. It was taking into account the fact that they're going into special session. I mean, do we not have any recommendations for the special session?
I don't think we need to take a vote on that, do we? Can we
I
all
haven't
just
even
add?
looked at it.
Well, I read it, and it was good, and I want to add Member Gazal's point, too, about extending those 5 days, and then, but, I mean, we all could just can't we all just add items and then create one master list that can go to them?
If I may, the special sessions that are called by the governor usually have specific requirements that are issued that go out with them about items that can be discussed, passed. Usually they allow for, I haven't read this one, usually it allows for local legislation and then the specific topics that he mentions. So I don't know if these will be within that or outside of that.
Well,
I'm
dealing
sure
with
that-
SB 189 is one of the reasons they're going back into session. And I thought it would be nice if we could, novel idea here, so stick with me, if we could be united in legislative recommendations to the legislature as they go into special session.
I would suggest at this point, I mean, have you sent it via email?
Yes, you have
Okay,
it.
then-
And I put
then-
it also in the written packet I gave you.
Then any board member that wants to add on to it and support it can let you know that, and you can send it over to them. How about that?
I will wait with bated breath.
You can hold your breath? Or bated
You
breath?
can't get that lucky.
So
Bated
basically,
breath.
basically what you have, I mean, we're okay with her sharing that with them.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it, so I'm.
I would really, so y'all know from the amount of emails you get from me, because I'm an emailer, because I don't have
Mhm.
time to stay on the phone a lot. And I try to be communicative and to, as this board, we have varying opinions and we're going to all vote differently from time to time. But I want us to be united in the mission of free, fair, accountable elections for the people of the state of Georgia. And part of that's communicating, and some of us like to communicate and some of us don't. I happen to be an emailer and a communicator, so I would really appreciate the email input. And I will send this on to, to the House Governmental Affairs Committee. and to the Senate Ethics Committee because they, but what I didn't want to have happen is the SEB not to have a voice in the impending session that's happening. I wanted us to be united in some of the things that we can agree on. So if you read things that you agree on, then please let me know and I'll do 2 columns. Here's where we all agree. This is what our recommendations are to the legislature because we eat, sleep, and drink elections all the time. And I dare say, I don't really think that a lot in the legislature do, so it would be helpful to hear from us. Otherwise, you're going to get, one side of the story from the Secretary of State, and I don't think that's right. We're here with the people.
I will respond to your email when I get.
And just so that the public doesn't think that we don't send, every session, we do send recommendations as a board to the General Assembly. But I do agree that if we can add something for this special session, I'm fine with it. I was fine with her list.
Yeah, I need to. I just want to clarify, I don't drink elections, but.
I did last night.
Wasn't what I was drinking.
And I would like to address, since we have people from boards of election and election directors in here, it also includes funding 2026 ballot printing if there are concerns about the cost or expense of printing ballots for hand-marked paper ballots. What we've got in here is provides for state reimbursement of commercial or on-site ballot printing for elections conducted in 2026 after the effective date of the legislation. Although paper ballot voting will reduce operating costs, counties will experience some transition cost in training and planning. The legislation charges the SEB with rulemaking to set minimum ballot stock requirements for paper ballot availability in polling places, so on and so forth. So I just want the counties to know that, as far as I'm concerned, the costs you bear and the things that you have to go through with training and that kind of thing is very much in my mind when it comes to recommending legislation and what we do. So I just want you to know that. And if you want to see a copy of this, I'm happy to provide it.
All right, we're coming to our final item on the agenda. Second to final. The final one's going to be adjournment. To my favorite portion, which is public comment.
We have the emergency complaint that came in. The emergency complaint that came in.
That's not going to be, we
It's
don't
not gonna be
discuss
listed? Okay.
complaints. No, that needs to be investigated.
Okay, and then.
We don't have to vote on investigating things.
And I have one question before you get to public comment.
All right?
So in the January meeting, which was my first meeting, there was a presentation by Joe Rossi, and I wanted to go back and read the transcript of that because it seemed like there was some action that should be taken or some new information on that case, and we don't have the transcript, so I have not been able to go back and dig into that, but I think that there's still some issues to be resolved there. And I would just like to say, as soon as we can get the transcript and figure that out, I would want to initiate another complaint based on the new information
If
in
you'll
that
direct
case.
that to executive director, then that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Okay. Back to my favorite portion of the meeting, which is the public comment section. Our executive director will handle that along with our part-time bailiff, Sean White.
Sean.
Sean.
It could be Shane, and then we're going to have Sherry Pilgrim.
That's right, Sherry Pilgrim. Shirley Pilgrim. Don't call me Shirley. That's right.
Okay, we had a little bit of confusion yesterday, and I want to make sure that nobody gets left out that signed up. So I'm gonna read through these names here, and if you signed up yesterday with the intention of speaking yesterday, and we didn't call on you because you had to leave or whatever, let me just read these names off. And if you would just raise your hand if you're here, then that way I'll know. Or if you plan on speaking. If you're here and you don't plan on speaking, then that's fine. Betsy Shackelford, I believe she spoke yesterday. Okay, Elizabeth Hendrickson. Okay, and you're going to speak today. Okay. C.S. Ellard. Okay, I know.
Congratulations,
You win the prize. Yay! What a clap. Yes. Yes. Dr. Johnson clapping, yes.
Mandy Schultz, were you going to speak today too? Okay. Renell Solar. Okay. Pam Woodley. Okay. Now we're back to today's list. All right, first person, if we could have Elizabeth Hendrickson, Max.
Why don't you call out that list and see who's here real quick?
Oh, okay.
'Cause there's-
I've got you signed up. I haven't got to your name yet.
Okay.
Elizabeth Hendrickson, Max Clavijo. I'm going to get that right one day.
Cleveland, Max
Sam
Cleveland.
Carline, I believe Sam, did he leave?
Sam.
Okay, there you are. All right, if Miss Elizabeth, if you would come and start off, and then it'll be Max and then Sam afterward.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I am from Cobb County. I would like to encourage this board to consistently seek balanced information when making decisions about matters before them. The loudest voices are not always representative of the majority and are not always the best informed. In cases, the board always seeks statements or testimony from both the complainant and the respondent, often revealing circumstances that significantly affect the decision of the board. The same would likely be true of other rules and recommendations. As a recent example, I'd like to thank Chairman Verveer for his remarks in support of further investigation before this board's endorsement of an outside tool for one of the myriad duties of county elections departments, voter roll maintenance. Making certain that only eligible voters participate in our elections is important, and I applaud all efforts to make sure that our elections are free and fair. I appreciate the time and effort of citizens who assist when they have personal knowledge of a voter whose circumstances may have changed. However, the overall job belongs to counties, not private citizens who rightfully have no access to protected private information. This board is wise to use caution in evaluating all such tools before endorsing them. I encourage the board to seek broad input and opinions from other experts about these tools, as Ms. Gazal suggested yesterday. The data is certainly true, but also incomplete. The usefulness and reliability of any tool is certainly subject to debate and scrutiny, and consulting data experts not associated with any tool or system under consideration would be a prudent step to take before promoting it. I would also encourage this board to continue to enforce rules preventing members of the public, prior speakers, or complainants inserting themselves into board discussions unless invited by the board to add further details or answer questions. I also thank the chair for stopping the presentation on an ongoing investigation that was out of order. Thank you all for your service and for your commitment to balance in considering the important matters before you.
Thank you. All right. Max?
I'm Max Clavijo from Forsyth County. We have witnessed a tremendous amount of speculation about the upcoming special session of the Georgia General Assembly. The legislature must address the July 1st deadline for the elimination of QR codes on Georgia ballots. Most election integrity advocates would like to see a mandate for hand-marked paper ballots. Blake Evans tells us that the legislature will require that votes are tabulated using optical scanners. Managing expectations is one of the keys to a happy and successful life. Whether the interaction is at your job, socially with friends, or with your personal relationships, we must manage expectations. Think about it. If you tell your spouse that you'll be home at 6 o'clock for dinner, you've set an expectation. If you get home at 8 o'clock, dinner is ruined and your spouse is furious. You have failed to meet your expectation. If you get home at 5:30, you have time to relax with your spouse and enjoy your dinner. You have exceeded expectations. Election integrity advocates are now left with two choices. wait for a possible executive action, or look to the state election board to establish rules for election procedures that will give us confidence in the tabulation of our votes. One thing the legislature won't do is implement new controls. This is where the SEB comes in. The SEB must boldly take unprecedented steps to implement controls to assure that election results are accurate. Rules can be implemented to perform unbiased audits of the voter tabulation. I hereby offer to assist in any way that I can. The people of Georgia need your help. We expect you to take bold action. Don't be late for dinner.
Thank you, Max. Mr. Sam Carline?
Thank you, Board. Sam Carnline, Grady County, where we grow a lot of pine trees, and we can make hand-marked paper ballots out of all the pine trees we grow in Grady County. I want to commend Dr. Johnston on such a great run as Vice Chair. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Member King, for coming up with that resolution today that will hopefully correct some of the things that we're looking into. Ms. Grubbs, thank you for finding a way to support that. And then I want to also thank Member Gazal for pointing out that maybe Field's presentation was not appropriate today. And you, John, for agreeing with that, because we don't want to cause a problem with Fields. It's so important. There are multiple errors in what he's found, and the state election board needs to let the legislator know that, and they need to know it now. That's the reason he was trying to get it put in today. Y'all look in that packet, you got it. Please make sure that the legislator know what we've got is a major malfunction. We're voting outside of HAVA. We need to be voting within the guidelines of HAVA. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you for hearing me today, and God bless the United States.
Safe travels.
Thank you. All right, we've got Debbie Fisher, and then after that is Debbie Stair and Rick Schroeder.
Thank you. Debbie Fisher, Cobb County, and I'm here to talk about a couple of things that were discussed yesterday that are near and dear to my heart, being from Cobb County Board of Elections. And one of them is charging people for exercising their right to challenge voters. I was highly opposed to that policy that we wrote, and I'm still opposed. And I applaud you for taking this up for consideration on actually prohibiting charges from being made. And I'm going to give you an excuse why. I did an analysis on our voter rolls. I came up with 7,000 voters that were all on the inactive voter list for over 10 years. There was about 3,800 that had been on there over 12 years. Need I say more? You're going to charge me, but tell me, oh no, we can't do that because they'll come off eventually. So I really applaud you for doing the challenge on the charging. And then also I want to talk a little bit about the poll pads in Cobb County. We had a bit of an interesting election for the primary. Dr. Jan went through a lot of the issues earlier, but I want to say one thing. I'm mandated to certify the election no matter what. It's a ministerial duty. I'm just there as a check mark. But what I couldn't determine from those poll pads is, did the votes cast match the ballots cast? And I could not determine it. And the reason I couldn't determine it, I was not given the reports that I requested.
Ms. Fisher, I want to make one comment, and I would really appreciate it if you could get with some other board members and get me a list of all the documents you need.
Well, give me 5 more minutes to talk.
I can't do that.
I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Is this an agreement with your other counterparts over here? Can you let them see it? And see if there's anything?
What do they have to do with my list?
I'm trying to look for uniformity in what board members need in order to certify.
Okay, all right, next, Debbie Stair. And then after that, Mr. Schroeder, and then Kristen Neighbors.
Hi, I'm Debbie Stair. I'm a Forsyth County BRE member, but my statements are my own. At the last meeting in Dawsonville, an election director talked about working on Sundays. This is a regular occurrence for many directors. I feel appreciation for the tireless work of elections employees has been lost. Laws, rules, and petitions are seemingly made without consulting elections officials. The opinions and needs of elections officials should be considered. They are the ones implementing elections. They have much experience and advice to offer. Thank you to all election workers.
Thank you. All right. Rick Schroeder, and then after that, Cindy Battles.
I'm Richard Schroeder. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to Janelle and Kelvin King for their extreme efforts in Calvin's campaign for Secretary of State. I regret that despite the hundreds of thousands of dollars, the thousands of miles, and the hundreds of locations around the state that they both attended, he did not even get in the runoff. His name is added to the list of honorable candidates who have been thrown into the loser pool. I'm very disappointed, along with so many Georgia electors who are thoroughly disgusted with the control of election. The vulnerable Dominion machines gotta go. We know they're designed and built to control elections with no detection. We have tens of thousands of known violations just through Joe Rossi's petition. We have tens of thousands of challenges against Fulton County that have yet to be explained, how they certified an election with so many unexplained violations by Joe and Jason Frazier. We have hundreds of thousands of votes that were certified in Fulton County, challenged by David Cross and acknowledged by the county superintendent that had no signatures on the tabulator tapes. I do not see any corrective action. Just 3 weeks ago, I forced a vote on the same illegal system again. It's for this reason that I demand charges against our Secretary of State for the failure to perform his duties as Secretary of State, as stated in 368. It's your duty, to promulgate the laws and investigations, yet nobody has been charged for any of these transgressions nor crimes. You called Raffensperger in to answer the questions relating to the certification of the 2020 Fulton County. He did not show up. Just like he did not go to the Curling versus Secretary of State trial. These discrepancies, look, we get our dominion from the first page in the Bible. If we aren't voting on paper ballots and checking them in the precinct, your time has expired. God is not pleased. Don't stand.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. And Mr. Schroeder, I do want you to know, when this board adjudicated the, if I remember this right, the 2022-015 cross tabulation case, this board sent that to the AG's office with fines associated with it, and that is in the process. I just want you to know, that is in the process.
Oh, thank you for your efforts. And all day today, we've been talking about send it to the AG. You know, our first meeting way back when Duffy was here.
Well, now, I can't let you keep going
No,
further.
I'm not going to keep going.
Okay.
But those three are crooked as a dog's hind leg.
All right. Miss Cindy Battles, hold on to that Bible. Put it a little closer to your heart. All right.
I don't know quite how to follow that. Hi, everybody.
everybody. My name is Cindy Battles. I am the Policy Director with the People's Agenda. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am going to be a little bit of a beat a dead horse kind of person because we've talked several times about the Open Meetings Act and sort of this kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out situation that we have going on with the Open Meetings Act. The last meeting during what was described as the Executive Director's Report, we had appropriations request. The last minute addition of this presentation that was almost in conflict with the fact that there was an ongoing investigation. It is creating issues that I don't think y'all mean to create. I think that y'all have the best of intentions. I just think that we need to be a little more careful about how we're adding things to the agenda for transparency's sake. And so that we are, I say we like I'm up there, so that you are, I apologize, not only fully committed to the letter of the law, but the spirit of law as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Victoria Cruz, Garland Favorito, and Mandy Schultz.
Good afternoon. I'm Victoria Cruz from Oconee County. I did not attend yesterday, but I was watching from the home. And I just want to commend Dr. Richards on his fantastic presentation of Ellie. And I learned a lot about his background from you, Dr. Johnston. Thank you. I had no idea. The man is brilliant. He is recognized as brilliant outside of his home state of Georgia. But here, as I was watching the comments in the Zoom and also the people who were coming up here, they were saying that he was a fraud, that he has no credentials, that nothing he does is worthwhile, and should be very suspect. And I just think they do a disservice to Dr. Richards, who is brilliant, who is recognized as helpful in other states, and soon I hope will be recognized as helpful here, because God knows Georgia needs help with its voter rolls. The voter rolls are terrible. There's a lot of reasons for that. It's the NVRA with motor voter. It's Governor Kemp or whoever did put in automatic voter registration and won't let it come out. There is no reason why everybody who gets a driver's license or comes and renews and gets another voter ID. This is the cause for our terrible voter rolls, and that should be changed. We should change that. Also, ERIC. ERIC does nothing. It doesn't check for citizenship. It can't find dead people. There are so many, and ERIC's only expertise is adding more voters to the voter roll, because they send things back. They send people who didn't want to be registered back to the counties to be registered. Forces them to contact over 90% of them every couple months. And then, well, I won't go into what Biden did when he was in. Anyway, Georgia ranks very low across the nation, across the world.
Your time has expired.
In elections, and it needs to be fixed.
All right. Thank you, Garland Favorito, and then Mandy Schultz.
I want to thank the board for representing all voters and Republicans, Democrats, and independents like myself for election night transparency in regards to the secret bunker. Member Grubbs and Member Johnston, which is with a T, Mr. Chairman, they cited 212406. I wanted to read for you a paragraph, though, from a motion to dismiss filed by Secretary of State's attorney, Mr. Anulowitz. He cites the code section. Superintendents, poll officers, and other officials engaged in the conducting of primaries and elections held under this chapter, is chapter 2, shall perform their duties in public. Then in the next sentence, he says the secretary is not an official engaged in the conducting of primaries and elections. We call that a lie where I come from. The secretary is not engaged in official conduct of primaries and elections. So I was wondering, where did he get this from? Did he just make this up? And no, he happened to attach Exhibit B, which is a May 12th letter from Elizabeth Young to Mr. Verveer, Chairman Verveer, and it says the same thing. county superintendents and other officials, local officials conducting primaries and elections. The county superintendents and other local officials conduct primary elections, not the secretary. Now, we all know in this room that the secretary verifies, aggregates, publishes, and certifies elections, and yet we are listening to these lies, and this lie was propagated to the board. Ms. Young goes on to say that Article 11 and 12 make that okay, but it's Chapter 2. They all applies to Chapter 2. So, Mrs. Young, I would ask you to resign. This is false. You can find a job where you don't need to lie like this.
Okay. Let's see, next is Mandy Schultz and then Marla Tepper. Did I pronounce that right?
Hi, my name is Mandy Schultz. I'm a Fulton County voter. This board replaced 2 investigators with law enforcement backgrounds who resigned in March with a man who has none. Jason Frazier started work May 18th at $70 an hour of taxpayer money, announced only as one of several unnamed part-time investigators on a Zoom meeting. No law enforcement background, no investigative credentials. Just a resume that couldn't get him appointed to the Fulton County Election Board twice because commissioners saw exactly who he is. 3 weeks before starting, he was on Steve Bannon's podcast trashing Georgia's elections. In January, he was photographed cheering outside Fulton County as FBI trucks hauled away the 2020 election records. The DOJ has brought 0 charges from that raid. 0. This is the same man who challenged nearly 10,000 Fulton County voter registrations and 25,000 statewide by his own count. Dismissed. The vast majority dismissed. Yet this board handed him a badge and a taxpayer paycheck. When the AJC started asking questions, then Vice Chair Johnston didn't defend him on the merits. She asked who told them and floated filing an ethics complaint against the newspaper. Her words, should we file an ethics complaint? I don't know who to file it against other than AJC or an unknown leaker. The board finally named Jason Frazier publicly today, 1 week after the AJC had to file an open records request to find out who he was. Member Gazal called it, this will foment public distrust in our elections and further marginalize themselves, being the board, into further irrelevance. She's right. And regarding public comment, the board's decision to restrict public comment on day 1 to rule petitions only, it's enforcing everyone else to the end of day 2 is suppression dressed up as procedure. Citizens are carving time out of their day, and you don't get to dictate their speech. Thank you.
All right, let's see, Marla Tepper.
Good afternoon. My name is Marla Tepper, and I'm a voter in Georgia and also a poll worker. I'm going to address 3 points. First, I agree with an earlier speaker about balanced presentations. When the board invites presenters, as it did yesterday, I encourage you to seek balanced participation by including speakers with differing perspectives and expertise. Both the board and the public are best served when important issues, especially technical issues, are examined from multiple viewpoints. Second, an earlier speaker spoke about transparency and the Open Meetings Act. I agree with those comments. The public deserves meaningful notice of board business. Agendas, proposed actions, and emergency meetings should be noticed as early as possible. This ensures that voters, election officials, and poll workers, and those of us who attend meetings have a genuine opportunity to review and respond, consistent with the spirit of Georgia's Open Meetings Act. Finally, I'm concerned about the resolution adopted today regarding election procedures that will happen in the absence of action by the General Assembly. This was described as guidance to counties, but it appears to contemplate substantive changes to election administration. If new requirements are being created, they should be adopted through notice and comment rulemaking or lawful emergency rulemaking if circumstances require it. Also, as a poll worker, I know that significant operational changes require training, planning, and clear procedures. Such changes should not be implemented through a resolution that effectively bypasses the rulemaking process. Thank you for your consideration of my thoughts and also for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Randall Jordan is next. I'm sorry, Richard Jordan.
I think that's Shane George, yes.
Sean Jordan.
Sean.
All right, your 2 minutes has started, so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, board members, for the record, my name is Richard Jordan. I'm hereby formally filing notice of criminal complaint entitled Richard Jordan and Truth Seekers versus Cherokee County Board of Elections. This notice ensures compliance with all applicable statutes of limitation. The evidentiary statement of facts and laws will be submitted separately, specifying federal and Georgia statutes allegedly violated over a 4-year period. Evidence will demonstrate a continuing pattern of unlawful conduct warranting investigation and, where appropriate, criminal prosecution. Please note 2 primary alleged violations. First, complainant's constitutional right to petition government for redress of grievance. In support of this effort, approximately 150 sworn affidavits were gathered and lawfully submitted, including affidavits from at least 3 electors from each of the 42 precincts in Cherokee County. The petition was allegedly ignored and subsequently discarded without consideration. Second, Georgia's RICO statutes, based upon multiple alleged criminal acts, collectively demonstrate a pattern of unlawful conduct. The constitutional and statutory rights of American citizens are fundamental and must be protected. These rights include petitioning government, participating in elections, receiving equal protection under the law, and preventing abuses of authority. Of particular importance is the right of every elector to cast a ballot freely and lawfully, with confidence that election procedures will be faithfully followed. The integrity of the election process depends upon safeguarding these rights and ensuring due process under the law. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I want to submit this into the record, please.
Yeah, if you'll hand it to Sean. Okay, Ms. Julie Adams.
Thank you. I'm Julie Adams from Fulton County. I just want to talk about our last election on May 26th, which was the day that we were certifying the election. I came into the department to find out that we were rescanning ballots. Now, in all honesty, they did text me the afternoon before, or not text me, email me the afternoon before to let me know, but that was Memorial Day, didn't check my email then. But we were rescanning ballots. We rescanned 6 early voting locations and 6 election day locations. That's a lot of ballots we were rescanning. So the email that I got, actually mine didn't say anything, but the one that was sent to the Republican Party said that they would be starting at 7 and they would be done by 3. We didn't get our statement of votes cast until 4:14 on Tuesday when we were certifying, when we had to certify by 5 because they were rescanning the ballots. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have time to copy it, give us a copy. It was on the computers that we can see that are all locked up and hard to see anything. But I did get a copy of it. They chased me out, walking out of the building, gave me a warm copy of the statement of votes cast before 5 o'clock right before 5 o'clock on certification day. Another thing I want to tell you really quick, that's really concerning with me. I don't think it's legal. But on Friday, when we went to the pre-certification meeting, because we had so many changes in our processes, I asked for ballot recap sheets, which are not on our list for our policy. and I couldn't get a second vote to be able to see ballot recap sheets, the most fundamental from the precinct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Julie. Sean White has become the most popular person in Georgia. Okay, let's see. We're close. We're getting close. Dr. Rick Richards. All right. As soon as it comes up, we'll start the time.
I want to end up, if I can get the PowerPoint, please don't start my time yet. Come on. I want to start out talking about compliance. I've listed two helpful guides, one on the left and one on the right. The National Male Voter Registration Form requires full name, requires home address or equivalent. Then on the form itself, it requires the full name. The DOJ guidance stated that since states can remove people who were ineligible or improperly registered in the first instance, including those with fictitious names, fictitious registrations, and similar circumstances, and Georgia's own application declares it a felony to do a void in abito. The address is void in abito. I looked through the data for 46 states and I found 101 names were void in abito. 43% of all registrations in the United States. 15 million addresses were void in abito, 7% of them all. In Georgia, we have about 2 million names that are void at instance, and we have 3.7 million addresses that need to be reviewed. The U.S. Postal Service says they are void in abito, they are fictitious. These need to be reviewed. At this point, we have roughly 2.2 million registrations on the Georgia voter rolls that have no eligibility to vote in the next election. They are classified according to the definitions, strict guidance, the same as somebody who shows up dead to vote. They have no eligibility. I'm going to skip through that and I'll leave it with you to think about. I'm just letting you know it's a heads up, nothing that I can do about it, but somebody's going to challenge it at some date. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being generous with me and allowing my comments. Y'all all are doing wonderful work for the state of Georgia and its citizens, and I thank you graciously.
Thank you.
For those of us that aren't attorneys, void ab initio means, the Latin term means void from the beginning. Had to look that one up, Dr. Richards.
To be fair, you presented it yesterday.
Oh, did he? Oh, I must have been,
We all knew what he meant.
I never heard of that one before, so. I was listening yesterday, I promise.
Okay. We have one more.
You did, it's been a long day.
One more speaker, and I would ask for everyone's undivided attention, please. And that is former Vice Chair, Dr. Jan Johnston.
The talk today is what counts. The Oxford Dictionary gives several definitions of the word count. Count, first, to determine the total number of something, like voters, ballots, votes, batches loaded report, opening count, protective count, closing count, results tally reporting. It's no secret I like to count. I like numbers. I like data. I like measurable and verifiable results. Number 2, count, to take into account, to include, like active and inactive voter registrations, risk benefits of absentee voting, election security, mitigation of security risk, voter confidence, transparency, accountability, and every factor that contributes to a trusted election process. And the 3rd definition, count, to be significant, to matter, to stand for integrity, truth, freedom, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the principles that define us as a people. So what counts? Who counts? Why does it count? Where, when, and how does it count? In other words, what matters? What matters in elections? What matters in public service? What matters in Georgia, our country, in our lives? The answer to those questions reveal our character, our values, our priorities, and our commitment to those we serve. From the first day of my appointment to the State Election Board until today, I have been committed to election integrity for the people of Georgia, for the voters of Georgia, and for the future of Georgia. Serving on this board in the years following one of the most scrutinized and debated elections in our state's history was both challenging and meaningful. Questions raised by citizens deserved attention, and the concerns expressed by the voters deserved to be heard. A former board member told the New Yorker, "We're supposed to be a quiet group of lawyers making sure the trains run on time." The board did not know that the train had run off the track. If the board did not take measure of the 2020 election and learn from the experience, it would lose the opportunity to correct, to improve, and prevent a repeat of the same mistakes. What the 2020 election really did was to awaken the whole country to question our elections and how they're conducted. And that is good. And that is needed. I've always believed that examining our processes, learning from experience, and pursuing continual improvement strengthens our elections and strengthens public confidence. Over the past 4 years, I've remained steadfast in my conviction that election integrity is not a destination, but an ongoing responsibility. Regardless of where we stand on specific policies, every Georgian deserves elections that are secure, transparent, accurate, and worthy of public trust. When I look back at remarks I shared with this board 4 years ago, I realized something remarkable. My core beliefs have not changed. If anything, my commitment to these principles has only grown stronger. My priorities regarding election policy remain accurate and current voter rolls, excuse-only absentee voting, zealous protection of vulnerable voters, shortened number of voting days, photo identification and signature match, U.S. citizen-only voting, hand-marked paper ballots, no more electric voting systems, handwritten numbered list of voters, end of all voting when the polls close on election day, and transparency in all aspects of elections. But today, I want to leave you with a different list, not election priorities, but life priorities. 10 things that count, 10 things that matter. Purpose and commitment, integrity, truth and honesty, respect, freedom and opportunity, country and constitution, courage, friendship, family, and faith. These are the things that endure long after meetings adjourn, letters are sent, notifications are sent, terms of service have come to an end. But it's difficult to say, but today will be my last day serving on the state election board. It has been an honor to represent the Republican Party as a member of this board. I'm grateful for the opportunity, the responsibility, and the trust that was placed in me. Most of all, I am grateful for the people I've met along the way. During the past 4 years, I've had the privilege of working with board members, legislators, dedicated citizens, election officials, advocates, volunteers, friends who care deeply about our state and our country. Your encouragement, support, and friendship have meant more to me than words can adequately express. Challenges have a way of revealing character, and I've been blessed to discover the kindness, loyalty, and generosity of so many people during this journey. The decision was not an easy one. Family and personal responsibilities require my attention at this time, and they must come first. While I may be leaving the board, I'm not leaving the cause. My commitment to election integrity remains as strong as ever, and I will continue supporting efforts that strengthen confidence, transparency, and trust in our elections. Thank you to my fellow board members, to the staff, to election officials across Georgia, and to the countless citizens who have engaged in this process. Oops. Thank you.
Oh, she's not done yet. She's not done yet.
I only have 5 more pages.
You and Sally Grubbs.
Thank you for your service, your dedication, your willingness to participate in the work of self-government. May we never stop striving to make our elections better, our communities stronger, and our state a place where every citizen can have confidence that their voice matters and their voice counts. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the great state of Georgia and the United States of America. So when I was appointed to the board, I was appointed to the board after a year or so, and the challenges that I faced. Somebody said, how are you sleeping? Isn't that tough? Isn't it stressful? I said, well, no problem. I sleep like a baby. I wake up every 2 hours and cry and then go back to sleep. Wake up every 2 hours and cry and go back to sleep. Anyway, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Dr. Johnson, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Georgia. You know, you and I have battled over a lot of things. We've been co-workers, we've been opponents, we've done it all, but I always appreciated your dedication and the time that you spend. I don't think that people really appreciate what all these board members do. You know, we get paid a very small per diem for a 9-hour meeting, but we all spend so many hours outside of these meetings, preparing for meetings and doing other things. I know Dr. Johnson spends probably more than anybody on this board, frankly. And, you know, that's the unseen part and really the unappreciated part. And, you know, she's always been extremely dedicated to her beliefs. And I told her a long time ago, I said, she and I both want to get to the same place. We just sometimes different on how we want to get there. But we both believe in fair and honest and elections with integrity. And I appreciate anybody, much like I said, the worker earlier that was a policeman, policewoman, and a fire. I appreciate anybody that gives up that kind of time and commitment to the state of Georgia or to our nation. And so I personally want to thank you. This is a big surprise for me, but you surprise me a lot in these meetings. But I want to thank you for your commitment and your time to the state of Georgia, and I appreciate everything you've given to the state of Georgia. I really do, sincerely do. So,
Well, I'm going to say a few words to my friend. I'm a little emotional. Because we became more than board members, and I'm grateful. You know, it's a blessing to have people in your life who are mature, who exemplify what they expect from you, and she's taught me a lot. When I got on this board, I was nervous, and having her beside me and to help and answer questions and to be a part of, encourage, has been fabulous. So yeah, and laugh. We have laughed a lot. I'm gonna miss you. I know that we'll have a good replacement, but I'm gonna miss you. But just know that you've been more to me than just a board member. Thank you for the phone calls, the advice, the lady advice, all the good stuff. I love you.
Anybody else? No?
So I know that there's some in the room that are going to be really unhappy that was not on the agenda. But
Oh, there's one more thing not on the agenda.
yeah, you violated sunshine laws by not putting your announcement on the agenda. I left Dr. Johnston. And what has broken my heart sometimes are the attacks that have been lodged by the public against Dr. Johnston. The attacks sometimes that are lodged under the Gold Dome. I was so disappointed this last session to see Dr. Johnston just advocating for some legislation to make elections better. And this one legislator was so dismissive and turned on it. And y'all, this was not even a Democrat. This was a Republican, okay? Just so you know that this is not, elections for us is not a partisan issue. It is a nonpartisan issue. And, you know, Dr. Johnston and Janelle have been attacked for being the MAGA extremists, the right-wing extremists. It was never about a president. It's never been about proving something stolen. You can see every single election board meeting that we have, there's constantly new issues that happen. There are constantly an imbalance in voter rolls. There's constantly a lack of process. There's constantly runaway decisions. There's constantly us not having, full support as other boards do in the state of Georgia. Administrative boards are just a part of the government, and yet we are treated like the redheaded stepchild most of the time. I will say just about all the time. Even the marijuana board gets over $1 million more than we get. No offense to them, but it's just, you're right, it is priorities. And I can say that Dr. Johnston has stood in the gap and in the void for so long. When she came on the board, I don't think people realize how difficult it was at the time. It was fighting uphill constantly by herself. And so thank you to the people that have supported her. Early on when conversations happened about who to put on the board, and Dr. Johnston was the choice, and I fought very hard to get her on the board. And she's probably mad at me for it. But she has always been so supportive and so thoughtful, even with, little events and cards and things like that. I don't think I've met a more thoughtful person. And so I don't think people realize how much time and effort, like the chairman said, goes into preparing for the meetings. It takes an awful lot of time to do it, and she has done nothing but to devote all of her time, effort, and energy, including traveling all over the state, traveling to other states on her own dime. I don't think she's even put in for any per diem reimbursement from the state. So I just thank you, Dr. Johnston. I love you. I appreciate you. And you leave shoes that will be very difficult to fill.
Thank you, Sally. I went to my doctor, and the doctor said I only had a few months to live. And I said, well, gosh, what should I do? And he said, why don't you get appointed to the election board? It'll seem like an eternity.
That's funny.
When I got appointed, they told me it was a day and a half every other month, max. Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to say, Dr. Johnson, thank you for your service. Thank you for your friendship. You're one of the strongest ladies I've ever known. And, you're to be commended for sticking to your beliefs. Sometimes we have to learn in life, and I'm still in the learning process. Some things are what I call just things that we maybe might prefer. And then there are what I call our basic beliefs that we just can't compromise on. But whether or not I wear Converse tennis shoes or whether or not I wear Nike tennis shoes, that's something we can negotiate on. But you're one of those people who decided early on what you could negotiate on and what you couldn't compromise on. And you're to be complimented for that. The persecution that you have endured has only made you a stronger, better person. And it would go without saying, I don't know, a lot of people probably don't know, and I don't know your husband that well, but I've met Frank, and he is to be commended as well, because what he has endured and him allowing you to serve on this board and take our phone calls and our messages and trying to figure things out. And I just can't say thank you enough for your service. Thank you for what you've done. You're a wonderful, wonderful person. And a lot of people across this state have great respect for you and admiration.
Every day I get up, I first read the paper, and I look to see if I'm in the obituary. I mean, I am older.
She wants to take herself off the voter roll, that's why.
And if I'm not in the obituary, I look at the front page to see if I'm on the front page.
You've been practicing these jokes for a while, haven't you?
And if I'm not on the front page, I get dressed and come to the SEB meeting.
And I'll take my payments in Ben Franklin's, please.
I am going to turn over the gavel one last time and let Dr. Johnson adjourn this meeting.
That's great, man. Well, thank you. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Meeting adjourned.